now your home for St. Cloud Tech High School athletics. To the pitch. Your home for St. Cloud Tech Athletics is Radio X, including St. Cloud High School hockey along with the Icebreakers. Pass connects, shot there Carlson, save, rebound, loose puck in the slot, and St. Cloud scores!
You can listen to us live or find us at 97.5radiox.com.
And I'll do it.
My name is Josh Wheeler, and you are listening to St. Cloud State Huskies softball on the KBSE Sports Stream. Welcome into the sports complex here at St. Ben's as we are underway. A little slight late start to this one as a couple technical difficulties so far, but we are in it here at the sports complex. Beautiful facility out here in St. Joseph. First pitch is a strike as we are underway as the Huskies are in the field right now to start this one. Of course, relocating out here instead of Selke and or the Dome due to inclement weather and whatnot. That pitch is fouled off there. Starting things off for Concordia St. Paul is Clara Heislin. On the mound, of course, is Trinity Junker. She's firing from the circle today. She's been very dominant for the Huskies so far, as that one's also fouled off into the parking lot.
I'm going to go ahead and let myself in here, Josh. Clara Heislin, 330 on the year on the average, an 88 at-bats. She scored 26 runs with 29 hits. 8 of those have been doubles and 7 home runs this season.
Absolutely, and of course, welcome into Mr. Alex Fern. Like I said, technical difficulties, but we're here in this one.
These jerseys, it's a pretty good jersey matchup today, too, if I had to say so myself as well.
These Husky jerseys are very slick, as well as the navy blue for Concordia St. Paul's. That one's fouled off yet again.
The navy blue kind of reminds me of those Dallas Cowboys alternates that they wear every now and then in the NFL.
Absolutely. Clara Heislin making Trinity Junker work for this one. 2-2 count here in the top of the first.
Got her.
That one's a strike and got her. Strike 3 swinging. Huskies get the first out here in the top of the first.
Hallie Bemmels.
Hallie Bemmels coming up for the Golden Bears. Trinity Junker leading the way, going 6 innings with 8 strikeouts and only allowing 3 hits in her Game 1 start just a couple days ago against Moorhead.
Yeah, she pitched very well. The first pitch that she threw was actually bunted for a single. I was on the call for that one at the Husky Dome. It was the first pitch that she threw was bunted for a single, and I don't think she allowed another hit until about the 5th inning.
Absolutely. Hallie Bummels, they're showing bunt, and that one is a strike 1 as here's the second pitch. Check swing. We have some confusion on the field there. That one is shown as no swing, so 1-1 is the count here. Third pitch upcoming for Junker.
Bemmels 250 on the season. She's a freshman, so she's got a lot of time left at the D2 softball level.
Quite a bit of push in that one as she's swung out of her cleats on that one. Strike 2. 1-2 is the count with just 1 out underway here in the first inning here at the St. Benedict's softball complex.
Oh, it was just a little inside, it appeared, or outside, excuse me.
There. Thought about going for that one. Check the third base official there. Nothing going there as it is a 2-2 count.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've noticed, my dad's fiance Rachel was a softball pitcher in D2 at Tiffin University, as here's the pitch.
That one's hit slowly to third base side. Easy does it there as St. Cloud able to throw it out. That's McFarland over there at third.
Yeah, well, back to my point, Rachel was a D2 softball pitcher at Tiffin University. She holds all the school records for softball pitching there. I kind of called her for a little bit of a crash course on softball since I hadn't really called it in a couple of years since my high school days. slapping, which is when they run up towards the front of the box and they try to do a little bit of a lunge towards the ball. It helps you kind of get your run started, and it also helps you get a little more lift on the ball, is what I've kind of understood. But yeah, it's kind of new seeing like a couple of steps taken. That's why the boxes are so elongated at home plate.
Grace Besman up here for Concordia as she faces an early 1-1 count here. First pitch was a strike. That last pitch just outside as 1-1 is the count. 2 outs, nobody on for Concordia St. Paul.
Couple of good pitches that haven't gone the way of the Huskies so far, if I had to say anything, but you know, I'm going to be a little bit neutral. It's game 1 of 2. We don't want to complain too
Couple
much.
Close calls indeed, as 2-1 is the count, just outside on that one. Here's the 4th pitch from Junker. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, that's Grace Besman up to bat. 383 on the season and 81 at bats. 20 runs scored, 31 hits, 3 doubles, 5 home runs, 19 RBIs on the season for the sophomore.
Yeah, Concordia St. Paul way better on, as they've shown this year than they show on paper, especially 4-4 conference record, but they've been dealt a really tough hand, especially early on in the season, as we now look at a 3-2 count from Junker, 2 outs in this first inning.
Yeah, on Thursday they dropped both of their games in that doubleheader against Sioux Falls from South Dakota.
And that one looks to be just outside. Close call there, as Trees definitely didn't like the look of that one.
Catcher number 8.
The good thing is, though, it's the first inning. If you're going to establish that strike zone, it better, be that way for both teams. But
yeah,
so far we've only seen the top of the first.
Trees looking to maybe get an explanation from Blue there behind the plate as we enter our 4th batter here. Amanda Parsons up to the plate for Concordia St. Paul as here's the first pitch. That one, slight dropper. That one just falls just behind the first base, along the first baseline, excuse me. As Fitzgerald out there not able to grab that one on the run.
Yeah, Parsons on paper is their best hitter, hitting .425 this season and 80 at bats.
Alexis Houston.
Able to drop that one just over the head of Fitzgerald as Alexis Houston will come up to bat for Concordia St. Paul. Runners at first and second with 2 outs.
333 on the season with 11 RBIs and 72 at bats.
Swing and a miss on that first pitch as she was looking to get that one. Sophomore slugger up to bat for Concordia St. Paul.
It's a little bit of a trek up here from the Twin Cities.
Not too bad. Not too bad, as this is a wonderful facility. And
it is beautiful.
Down 0-2 early here is Alexis Houston as Junker looking to maybe finish this inning out, minimize the damage at least with runners on first and second as nearing the end of this first potentially.
Trees gets up every single time there's a ball that's even close to the strike zone, and I'm not going to blame her. Those pitches look like they're over the plate, but maybe just catching a bit outside.
Yeah, doing a good job at least trying to frame it, because this is a kind of an interesting strike zone so far in this one.
That one got me to flinch a little bit, goodness.
Fitzgerald able to foul that one off back into the net by us here as it is a 1-2 count still. Battling it out for this one. St. Cloud State riding the ever so effective 12-game win streak so far in this one. As that one is a swing and miss, and Huskies will come up to bat here.
One hit, no errors, 2 runs left on base.
That is
your Huskies coming to bat.
Quite the first inning for St. Cloud State. Didn't do a whole lot as far as giving up a whole lot of base runners. Able to get just 1 and 2, base runner on first and second. But outside of that, not a whole lot going for Concordia St. Paul. It's pretty much been the theme all season for Trinity Junker. She's been very, very, very effective in the games that she has played, especially last game that she was playing. But yeah, definitely good first top of the inning for the Huskies.
Yeah, and you touched on Trinity Junker. I saw a stat on the St. Cloud Twitter page. She's 15th in the country in ERA among qualified softball pitchers right now with a 1.07. Yeah, 9-4 in the year, 24 earned runs, 106 strikeouts for Trinity Junker, the junior.
Phenomenal job by her so far this season. It's not only is this offense explosive for the Huskies, but honestly, her pitching and some of the defense that Huskies have been able to provide. And it's been kind of a weird season, a lot of cancellations here and there, and a couple location movements, if you will, for these games. But definitely, Huskies are proven to be effective so far this year.
Yeah, you talk about locations. I mean, this last week game was supposed to be at Moorhead on Wednesday, changed to being at the Husky Dome on Wednesday, then being pushed until Thursday. So
yeah.
a lot of rescheduling stuff happening. But you know what? We're here on a Saturday. It's a nice day out, blue sky. You'll definitely take it.
Number 11, Raven Vanden Langenberg.
And here's one of the more effective, I should say, hitters for the Huskies, as a lot of people talk about Sydney Trees, and I think right up next to her, you can pretty much put Raven Vanden Langenberg up there with the Huskies, as she's been super effective for this offense and contributed big time to a lot of these wins that they've had lately, especially the shutouts.
Yeah, 6.34 slugging percentage, 355 batting average.
First pitch is a strike to Vanden Langenberg.
That might be the first one that's been called a strike all game.
Yeah, it's been an interesting strike zone for this official, but that's kind of the cards you're dealt sometimes in this game. As the second pitch is there, and that one's popped up along the first base line here.
Nice
Able
play.
to get that there, a little bit of a dive, if you will.
Number 6, Haley McFarlane.
Good play there by Sydney Pelzer, the second baseman for Concordia St. Paul, going a long ways to snag that one. And Huskies down to 1 out here as we have the next batter up, the fifth-year senior, third baseman Haley McFarlane up to the plate for the Huskies.
372 on the season and 86 at-bats.
Strike called there as she faces the early 0-1 count.
Yeah, Brianna Olsen, the pitcher today for Concordia St. Paul, 1.50 ERA, 2-2 in conference play, and she's only allowed 6 earned runs in conference play as well.
That one's just a little high as we face a 1-1 count now. Huskies looking to establish the offense early. I mentioned earlier that game 1 was a little bit slower start as she swings and misses at that one. 1-2 is the count now. Fern, you mentioned Olsen for Concordia St. Paul, first in the NSIC, first in the NCAA with 5 saves as well as 13 complete games on the season.
She's had a lot. She's had a heavy stat line, kind of carrying the load for this Concordia St. Paul team. Indeed. On the pitching sense. I mean, Trinity Junker does the same thing for St. Cloud, but St. Cloud's got 2 pretty good options, and we're going to see one of them today. That's going to be foul, I think.
Lifted far and deep, but that one will drift far foul down the left field line, as 2-2 is our count with 1 out here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, just a bit in front of that for McFarland. She can hit a homer. She has 4 home runs on the season for St. Cloud State.
Able to connect on that one, as that one will be caught out in center field by Clara Heislin. Two down for the Huskies, as Sydney Trees, phenomenal hitter for this Husky squad. She also had a big game in the first game the other day, notching a home run as well as 3 RBIs in that first game.
Yeah, it was a monster 3-run home run, and it's kind of hard to hit those bombs in the dome, but she was still able to get it over the right center field fence.
First pitch just outside as she faces the early 1-0 lead in this one.
Trees on the season does lead the team in slugging percentage with 7.16, and she's hitting .316 with 11 home runs.
Able to get a piece of that one as that one's fouled back, and 1-1 is our count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Thank you for joining us. Alex Fern alongside myself, Josh Wheeler, for this Huskies softball matchup. Game 1 of 2, as we'll have another matchup coming up here around 3 o'clock roughly. That one is a ball, looks to be. So 2-1 is the count now to Sydney Trees.
And it was an off-speed pitch, a little bit low. So He'll definitely take the second life if you are Sydney Trees.
A little low and inside as here's Olsen with the next pitch, and she's able to get her on another one.
Yeah, she was trying.
2-2 count.
She was trying to go yard on that one. You could see it in her swing. She loaded up, reared back, and swung the thing as hard as she could.
Here's the next pitch from Olsen. That one looked to be outside, but she does get the third strike called as Huskies go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first. And yeah, definitely not a great inning if you're the Huskies, but hey, it's kind of been the theme off and on for this team this year. Some of the starts they've had have been really slow, and some of them have been like the other day where it was just, explosive, where the second game you pretty much had 2 in the first, 5 in the second, and 3 in the third, and they just got off to a hot start the other day against Moorhead. So we'll see if maybe they can do their part in this next inning. But for now, the wonderful pitcher Trinity Junker's up to pitch for the Huskies, and here in the top of the second.
Yeah, it was a little odd seeing that last pitch called a strike after. Yeah, it was just a little odd seeing that last pitch called a strike after a couple of them were called balls the last inning for Junker, but. It's part of the game of both baseball and softball. Umpires aren't always going to be partial, and you're going to have to learn how to adjust to that. It happens a lot.
Sydney Pelzer coming up for Concordia St. Paul.
Pelzer on the year, 250 and 76 at-bats, 3 home runs, 5 doubles, 19 hits. Scored 8 runs herself.
See what Trinity Junker has to offer here in the top of the second, as this is the first pitch just inside, able to get the strike zone though. Down 0-1 early is Pelzer.
That was a good pitch by Junker, just catching the inside part of the corner.
That one's fouled off into the far right there. 0-2 early for Trinity Junker here. Able to effectively work the inside corners so far in this one. That one stretches on the far right, not quite inside enough to get the third strike called, so 1-2 is the count. Junker with the pitch and able to get her swing, and Pelzer goes down in 4 pitches. 1 down for the Huskies. As
it's the third strikeout for Trinity Junker in this game already.
JC DeFries coming up here for Concordia St. Paul. Golden Bears maybe looking to get some more momentum off their first inning as they were able to get a couple players on base. Junker a little bit high on that first pitch. 1-0 is the count there.
Wish everybody a happy opening weekend in the sport of baseball as well. I know you were at the Twins game yesterday in St. Paul and Minneapolis area. That seemed to be a little bit of fun.
Definitely cold weather to be playing softball or baseball right now. But yeah, good to have the gloves back out for the season. As 1-1 is the count. Able to get that second pitch to fall for a strike here. 1-1 with 1 out here in the top of the second.
Yeah, the world of Minnesota sports kind of looking up. The Twins signing Carlos Correa. The Wild are doing good things right now. There's a Minnesota team in the national championship in ice hockey in college right now as well.
DeFries able to pop that one out, but right there is the shortstop Raven Vanden Langenberg for the catch there. And that's 2 down for Concordia St. Paul here in the top half of the second. Coming up now for the Golden Bears, we have number 4, Taylor Griffin here, the right-handed slugger, sophomore for Concordia St. Paul. Huskies looking to get a quick 1-2-3 here as there's the first pitch, foul back at the netting. Pulling out a 0-1 start here for this at-bat. Here's the second pitch. That one to slow roller to third, and Huskies able to put that one out. Good throw there from McFarland, able to toss it over to Fitzgerald, and 1-2-3 go the Golden Bears as the Huskies will come up and try and get things going offensively here in the bottom half of the second inning.
Yeah, it's been a feeling out process, I guess, is what you could say for the game so far. Both pitchers working pretty efficiently. Bats haven't really gotten going besides that one hit that Concordia St. Paul had in the first inning, which even then was kind of a bit of a blooper, if that makes any sense. But, I mean, you'll definitely take it if you're St. Cloud State right now, especially with the team that does have a 21-6-1 record.
And coming up here to start things off for the Huskies is Jasmine Estrada. And the other day, definitely the final nail in the coffin in the 6th inning in that game 1 for the Huskies. Super effective. The Litchfield native was kind of the beginning of the end, or I should say the end of that first game as Huskies pulled out the 12-0 win. And yeah, just a phenomenal job. Single up the pipeline in the second one, as well as Weinberg doubling to left center in game 2 to get things going for the Huskies in the second game as well. So definitely a key factor in this offense so far.
She leads the team in batting average, .382 this season for Jasmine Estrada.
First pitch on the outside corner, up 1-0 early in this at-bat.
She gets on base a lot, but she doesn't get a bunch of contributing to scoring, if that makes any sense. She's only scored 10 runs herself and only has 9 RBIs on the season as well.
Up 2-0 is the count here. So here is the third pitch to Estrada. That one just outside, but it is called a strike. Interesting call there, but nonetheless, 2-1 is the count now.
Yeah, Estrada's shaking her head to herself on that one. That looked outside from our perspective, but we aren't exactly right behind home plate.
Yeah, Olsen able to paint the corners there as that one's fouled back, and now that's all even. 2-2 is the count here. Olsen painting the corners, so to speak, in this one, and right back at it, up 2-0, and now falling pretty much 2-2. Here's the pitch from Olsen here. Just outside, but able to get the third strike called. One down for the Huskies here in the bottom of the second. As here comes Holly Weinberg up for St. Cloud State, the right fielder, the junior for the Huskies.
And that one looked to be a little outside, but as it stands, that's back-to-back strikeouts looking for Brianna Olsen.
That one in the dirt right in front of the plate as that one drops 1-0 for St. Cloud State here for Weinberg up to the plate. A couple lefties to get things started in this second inning. See if maybe they can change things up. That one, a soft dropper out to center, and that'll be down for a hit.
First baseman number 14, Maggie Fitzgerald.
Clara Heisland bringing that one in for Concordia St. Paul, and Huskies have one person on base now as Maggie Fitzgerald will come up to the plate. A freshman for St. Cloud State.
That, as it stands, is the 23rd hit of the season for Holly Weinberger.
Huskies looking to produce some offense here. Here's the first pitch, and that one goes for a strike.
So it looks like we're getting the outside part of the plate going to be established.
Topping that one out of topping that one on the strike zone there. I believe the count is 1-2. The board reads 2-1. I think they're changing it now, but I believe it's a. Okay, so yeah, 0-2 is the count. They fixed it now, so 0-2 here as that one's checked in the dirt. Nothing going there as 1-2 will be our count now. One out with one on for St. Cloud State. Chilly afternoon here at the ballpark out here in St. Joseph. Beautiful facility, though. This field is pretty spectacular. That one fouled back right into the netting.
Use the good old Midwestern adage of, if it wasn't for the wind, it wouldn't be that bad outside. But, we're a bit outside. We're right next to the scoring booth, I guess you could call it, right behind home plate. We got a wind blowing up from our back, so the wind is blowing out here at this complex as well.
That one just outside is 2-2 the count here.
got a pretty good crowd on hand, too, I should say, as well.
Some Saturday softball here at the St. Ben's Sports Complex. Again, Alex Fern, Josh Wheeler here to bring you Huskies softball action, as that one is in the dirt. So the count is now full 3-2 with 1 out and 1 on for St. Cloud State.
Yeah, Maggie Fitzgerald 274 in the season and 73 at-bats. She's up to bat right now for the Huskies.
That one fouled off to the right side along first base, just outside on the fencing here. Is keeping this bat alive.
Look out in the parking lot.
Is the freshman Maggie Fitzgerald. As the pitch from Olsen forthcoming. That one drop into the first base side. Diving attempt there. Good attempt there by Sydney Pelzer, but nothing going as that one drops, and we remain 3-2 for the count here with 1 out and 1 on.
One thing to mention in the season for St. Cloud State, they're 9-8 in neutral site games, so this does go down as a neutral site game since we are neither in St. Cloud nor Concordia St. Paul.
That one dropped out to left center. That one
Number 12,
will be the second out of that one as Wienbos reels that one in for Concordia St. Paul. Down 2 outs and 1 on for the Huskies. Pinkowski coming up for St. Cloud State. One of a handful of seniors here on the Huskies softball squad this year.
I was expecting that one to be called a strike.
Close one there, but nothing going there, as that one is a 1-0 count now to start this at bat off.
Yeah, Alexandra 275 on the season, 69 at bats, 13 runs scored, 19 hits, 11 RBIs. Trying to get another one here as well.
That one high as it she'll go ahead 2-0 on the count here.
Might have been a modified pitch out because catcher got up immediately and looked to first. That's Amanda Parsons who got up and tried to put Weinberger back on first base.
Two-1 is the count here. Is 2 out and 1 on still for St. Cloud State, looking to maybe move the base runner here with 2 down.
Weinberger's got a little bit of speed on first.
That one fouled back to the cars here.
Watch out in the parking lot once again, and that one bounces.
That one trickles into the car area here. Is 2-2 is the count with 2 outs.
It's like a gray Mazda might have gotten hit on the wheel there.
Alex Fern with the car identification here at the sports complex.
We got the softball play-by-play guy, and you got the car hit by softball play-by-play guy.
That pitch in the dirt as, once again, the Huskies able to work the count back full. Let's see what they can do with it. 3-2, 2 outs, and 1 on. Brianna Olsen trying to work her way out of jam for Concordia St. Paul.
If Pinkowski's able to reach, it'll be Lydia Kuriger.
Oh, wow. Tough inside pitch there to take, but they do, and the Huskies go down in this one, and that will move things on to the next one. Huskies not able to get that runner through as we move on to the top of the third. 0-0 is the score. 1 hit apiece for these teams, and kind of a slow start for St. Cloud State, as we mentioned, and able to get finally get that base runner on, but definitely an interesting strike zone so far in this one, as it's kind of been a very jagged / kind of oddly painted box so far, but nonetheless, 0-0 is our score.
That might be one of those that's maybe a little too close to take on a 3-2 count, but it was outside. Pinkowski thought that it was a ball, so that makes all of the strikeouts for Brianna Olsen have been looking for this Concordia St. Paul right-handed pitcher, but once again, survive and overcome, just be able to make adjustments and then just come out the next inning, try to get a couple runs on the board, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, those tough ribcage area balls are definitely tough to take when it comes to those pitches, so it's always kind of a gamble once it kind of gets that close to you. But yeah, tough take there for St. Cloud State, but nonetheless, top of the third here, as it will be as the Concordia St. Paul reaches the bottom of their lineup. It's Wienbos here up for Concordia St. Paul.
Yeah, 222 on the season for Wienbos.
Strike 1 early here in this at bat.
He's caught the outside corner a bit, so it looks like it will just be a very outside strike zone, if that makes any sense to all of you listening back home.
Second pitch upcoming here. That one just a little bit high, not able to get that one down is Trinity Junker, and she faces a 1-1 count here. That one right down the pipeline for a 1-2 count is a tough take there for Concordia St. Paul, but 1-2 is the count. That one right down Broadway, as our good buddy Jake Padell likes to always say.
There's a lot of people at KV that have their set phrases.
Tough pitch there. That one does fall to 2-2.
That's a good question. Do you have a set phrase that you use a lot when you broadcast, Josh?
Oh, not at all. I'm just here to call the wonderful action that is St. Cloud State softball, and definitely trying to. Oh, that one foul tipped right off the mask appears to be, and still a 2-2 count here.
Hopefully he's all right. I think they got a little bit crossed up on the signs there. Did pitcher and catcher, battery mates, Sydney Trees and Trinity Junker.
And Trees coming out to check with Junker, make sure that they're on the same page while Blue kind of readjusts his mask, and we'll resume play here. 2-2 count, no outs here in the top of the third for Concordia St. Paul. That one a really tough call, but not good enough for a strike, as we'll move to a full count now.
It was a good attempt at framing the pitch by Sydney Trees. She brought it back over the plate, maybe telegraphed it a little bit too much to try to get that call.
Junker trying to maybe adjust her control a little bit and trying to keep things a little more centered, as she's painting that outside line pretty well, but obviously you kind of have to work a little bit tiny closer to the plate, to the zone, I should say, if you want to get the strike call with this official. But nonetheless, 3-2 is the count. That one fouled off, as full count still for Concordia. That pitch fouled in the parking lot, as Beanboss staying alive here for Concordia St. Paul, the senior left fielder for the Golden Bears.
I think that one hit a purple Subaru all the way out there.
Another pitch coming up here from Junker. That one high, and that one will be a walk, as Concordia St. Paul getting the runner on early here in the top of the third. No outs, and back to the top of the order. Here's Clara Heisland trying to get things going for the Golden Bears.
Yeah, she struck out her last time. Struck out swinging her last time up, I guess I should say.
That one high as well, and 1-0 is the count early in this at bat. Junker trying to just find her form. Seems like she's kind of a little rattled, a little shaken in this inning, and a little bit of last inning too. Not able to really find the control that she needed, but able to get Heisland to chase that one high. As 1-1 is the count now.
And those high fastballs always look very appetizing, because they come in, they're looking like, oh, it's going to be right down the middle. I'm going to lift this one out to left center field for a home run, and then it rises on you at the last second.
Yeah. Able to get the strike called there. 1-2 is the count. 1 on for Concordia St. Paul. Fourth pitch upcoming here. That one high, as you alluded to earlier. Maybe a little bit of a pitch out there. Maybe you thought Wienbos was going to maybe try for it there, but nothing going, as 2-2 is our count.
Yeah, and the rules in softball, you can't leave the base until the pitcher starts their delivery as well. So you have to stand next to the base or on the base.
Stoppage of play here.
The first base coach wanted to know the count.
Yeah, definitely needed some confirmation there.
Yeah, it's not like there's a giant scoreboard out in the center field that might.
Yeah, there is. They had that last pitch. They did not have the updated count up there yet. So I think just some confirmation needed by the first base coaches. Here's the next pitch from Junker. That one fouled back here above us. That'll fall back into the cars as well.
Not towards the car. It's just going to land next to a rose bush, I believe.
As Junker will try and work her way out of a jam here. And I say jam because she's definitely firing off a lot more pitches than she probably wants to. She's had a couple full counts here in this inning and the late part of the last inning too. Is that one just too low? Again, 3-2 is the count, and just kind of gonna keep that arm from getting too tired here through the first few innings. But she was able to get 6 solid innings in Game 1 against Moorhead the other day. That one lined out softly too short. Able to get the double play. Are the Huskies? What a throw there. Langenberg with the cannon to get the runner out on first. Wienbos and Heisland both out for Concordia St. Paul. Great play there. Great job there by Langenberg to sling that one on over to first. Fitzgerald with the put out, and Huskies get the 2 outs just like that, and you got to feel the momentum is changing here in this 3rd inning. Great play there.
How about that for getting out of a jam, Josh?
Raven definitely to work and give her pitcher some help there with that one. So Concordia St. Paul able to line that one just left, down the left field line, excuse me. Struggling to talk is a real thing. And Hallie Bemmels will be up for Concordia St. Paul, down 0-1 after that foul there.
Is this when was the last time you were in a booth? Because I know you do a lot of post-game, pre-game stuff for St. Cloud State Hockey. Was it soccer season maybe?
Oh, no, I was down in Kansas City just a few short weeks ago calling the Huskies basketball regional tournament down there. So
yeah, for the girls, they had a great season.
Tides are changing now as we are already in baseball and softball season. That pitch just wide there. I think Junker definitely didn't like the look of that one. A little smirk on her face as 1-1 is the count. She thought that one maybe should have been called a strike. That one painted, that's as close to painting the corner as it gets, and I think she definitely was waiting for the strike call on that one.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss, down 1-2 now as Junker looking to close this one out in what seemed to be a really rough start to this inning, but thanks to a Langenberg double play, a Langenberg-induced double play, slinging that one on the line out there to first. That one far left.
Yeah, it was a slider that just got away from her.
Slider sliding on out, if you will, down into the left side box there, and 2-2 is the count, 2 outs with nobody on for Concordia St. Paul. Here's the pitch. That one fouled back as well, as that one will fall into the grass behind us here at the St. Ben's Sports Complex. Beautiful day out here, super cold, but definitely got to dress for the occasion in times like this, especially softball in beginning to mid-April. So thank you for joining us on KBSC Sports Stream. Here's the next pitch from Junker. Not able to get the call again there. That one looked like maybe a little bit outside compared to the last one that she was painting over there, but nonetheless, 3-2 is the count, 2 outs.
Yeah, wind has shifted a little bit. I feel like it's blowing in now. And the flag usually in right center usually tells us a lot about where it is.
Good pitch there by Junker as she's able to get that call and able to send the Golden Bears down 3 outs, and we'll move on to the bottom half of this 3rd inning. Huskies looking to maybe use that momentum to their advantage and maybe get some things, spring their offense just like they did, as I mentioned before, in that game 1 where it was, 2 innings, pretty quiet for both teams against the Dragons, and they were able to kind of just explode with offense in that 3rd inning with a run, and then the 4th is kind of when they really broke out in that first game. So Huskies maybe looking to repeat in this one for game 1 to try and maybe get the wheels up and running in this bottom half of the 3rd.
Well, yeah, I feel like if St. Cloud is able to get a run, then the floodgates might start to open, because when this team starts scoring, it is very difficult to get them to stop scoring. But it's going to be the bottom of the order for St. Cloud State in this next half of the inning, starting with Lydia Krieger. But, she's shown herself to be capable this season. On the season, she's hitting, if you allow me to get the stat, .242 on the season. So not bad. She's been one of the solid batters in this season. She has 5 RBIs, 1 home run, 5 runs, and 8 hits and 33 at-bats.
Here's the first pitch from Olsen to Krieger. She's able to foul that one back into the netting. Krieger and Bolin both kind of opening up the scoring in game 2 the other day in that 2nd inning, as it was via an RBI single from McFarland, and that pretty much opened things up, opened up the can for Huskies and their offenses. Here's the second pitch from Olsen coming up here. That one going high. 1-1 count here in the bottom half of the third inning.
There is a little bit of work out there in the Concordia bullpen, it appears. That is, but you allow me to get the stat. You keep calling the game. I'll try to find out who that is.
Absolutely. That one just outside for the strike was just outside for a strike there for Krieger.
That's Erica McCullough out there, 3.73 ERA for the Concordia St. Paul, excuse me. Couldn't remember the mascot for a second. It took me a while, but it is the Golden Bears. But
1-2 count fouled off there by Krieger, as maybe trying to get things going for the bottom half and then move things on up to the top where you have Bolin and Vanden Langenberg as well as McFarland coming up in the next few batters for the Huskies. That one really high, and 2-2 is our count with no outs early on here in the third inning, bottom half of the third inning, excuse me.
Yeah, wind's definitely blowing in now, so it might be a little more difficult to hit a home run.
Able to watch that one, and now the count is full, 3-2. Olsen looking to work her way out of this 3-2 deficit here. It's kind of been the theme for the Huskies. They've been able to kind of fight through the count and make Olsen pitch a lot in this one, and that one does go strike three called. Huskies down with one out here in the bottom third, and Bolin will come up here, the fifth-year senior for St. Cloud State.
259 on the season and 81 at-bats. 17 runs scored, 21 hits, 3 RBIs for the fifth-year senior.
Chaska native along with Vanden Langenberg in game 2 the other day. 2 for 2 in that one.
That one nearly hit a security officer right behind us.
That one fouled back and out of play. Strike one. 0-1 is the count. One down for St. Cloud State here in the bottom half of the third, as here's the next pitch. That one also fouled back. Down 0-2 early. On deck is the top of the order in Vanden Langenberg, getting things hopefully maybe going for the Huskies. See what Brooke Bolin can do here, though, to get things sparked for St. Cloud State.
She had a spectacular defensive play in the top half of this inning. Maybe she can get us started in the bottom half of this inning as well.
That one just on the outside corner. Strike 3 called.
Number 11, Raven Vanden Langenberg.
Another one of those outside painted pitches there, as that one is called. And Huskies 2 down early here in the third, and here comes Vanden Langenberg for St. Cloud State.
It's 5 strikeouts on the day for Brianna Olsen.
Langenberg contributing a few runs the other day in game 1. As she's hit by that one, she'll make her way to first base.
Third baseman, number 6, Haley McFarlane.
Another fifth-year senior McFarlane coming up here for St. Cloud State with one on here. Sydney Trees on deck for the Huskies. You're trying to spark some late offense here in the bottom half of the third inning. First pitch, check swing is called a strike. 0-1 is the count.
McFarland flew out to center field her last time up. Back in the first inning.
That one fouled back into the netting. 0-2 early here.
Big pitcher's duel so far, as we're about halfway through this one as well.
Yeah, a couple spotty areas so far in the first few innings where both teams able to get a couple runners on base, but so far Olsen and Junker able to kind of battle back and forth. That one on the outside, and there goes Vanden Langenberg, and she slides head first into second. Looked like kind of an awkward dive there, but able to get through on that one, as 1-2 is the count. Taking advantage of an outside pitch there by Brianna Olsen.
I guess whenever you're not sliding on dirt and you're sliding on turf, it's always bound to be awkward at some point because it's just different materials on the jerseys that are probably built for the dirt, but alas.
Here's the next pitch from Olsen, fouled back.
I think she tried to poke that one down the left field line. She was a little in front of it, and I don't know if that was on purpose or if she just was confused by the pitch of Olsen.
Here's the next pitch from Olsen here to McFarland, and able to stay alive and foul that one back. 1-2 still the count with 2 down, and Vanden Langenberg on second base. Huskies, second time they've gotten their runner to second in this one. We'll see if they can capitalize on it and get maybe the first run of this game. That one flown out to right field, deep to right there. Good catch, though, by Alexis Houston in right field to put things away in this inning. And we move on to the top of the fourth. And again, Alex, Huskies able to kind of get a couple offensive chances here in the last couple innings, but for the most part, it's like you said, it's been mostly defense and pitching that have kind of brought this one to where it is now.
Yeah, and I think if the wind is how it was at the beginning of this game, I think that pitch might have left the yard because the wind was blowing out by earlier this game, and now it's kind of slowed down and it's sort of blowing in. I know at least we can tell when we're sitting out here in the elements, but I mean, yeah, once again, pitching duel, you got a couple of base runners for St. Cloud. You've had a couple. You've had one hit each for both of these teams, but
yeah,
eventually somebody's going to score, and it's going to be the other team's job to make sure that that's how you limit it, because it's going to be such a hard time to battle back the way that this game is going.
Yeah, Alexis Houston doing a good job there of being able to track that one from a long ways away and able to catch that one even on the run. It looked like she might have even dove a little bit for that one, but got to have a flair for the dramatic at least if you're going to make that kind of play. Impressive job by her as Huskies back out in the field for this top half of the fourth inning. Junker looks to maybe have a smoother start to this one than they did in the third inning, as up to the plate here is Grace Besman for the Golden Bears, sophomore.
Yep, she's the only one with a hit for CSP so far in this game as well.
First pitch right down the pipe as that one's an 0-1 count here for Taylor. Or Trinity Junker, not Taylor Junker. Trinity Junker. Second pitch just on the inside, but looks to have gotten enough of the zone to get a strike 2 call as 0-2 early on here.
And once again, this is the first of 4 games that St. Cloud's playing this weekend. They've got 2 today, 2 tomorrow.
That one far and out as that one missing the strike zone by quite a bit. 1-2 count here for Junker.
Once again, we'll be on the call for the game after this, and we'll be on the call for the games tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. Huskies taking on Mankato tomorrow. That one goes underneath trees, and able to advance on that one was Besman, and Golden Bears getting the early player on here on the first base here.
It's a strikeout and a pass ball, so it's going to probably be one that Trees is going to want back, but
yeah, Trees has been able to, for the most part, from what I've seen from her this season, she's been able to kind of dig out those tough ones in the dirt, but not on that one. That one's kind of I think it might be a turf thing too. It's an interesting situation when you play on fields like this where the turf is a little bouncier than the fields that you're used to. Definitely the first time I've ever probably seen a softball game done on turf before. It's kind of an interesting field here, interesting situation. 0-1 the count for Concordia St. Paul as it appears to be Amanda Parsons back up to bat here for the Golden Bears. Second pitch high and up as that is a 1-1 count. Again, mentioned we are out at St. Joseph here at the St. Ben's Sports Complex on this Saturday afternoon of doubleheader softball for your St. Cloud State Huskies taking on the Concordia St. Paul Golden Bears. That one fouled back into the netting as well. 1-2 is the count.
I wonder if you ask all these girls on the field today if they prefer playing at dirt or if they prefer playing on a field, or play on dirt or playing on turf. I wonder how many of them would say that they preferred one to the other.
Well, turf definitely does a lot as far as these cleats. It's an interesting kind of a interesting texture for running and whatnot. But that one high and away for ball 2 as 2-2 is the count with 1 on for Concordia St. Paul. No outs in this top half of the fourth inning.
Yeah, Junker looks like she's getting her pitches a little. She's working a little faster than she has been so far in this game.
On the run there is Concordia St. Paul, but has been able to steal that one. Stolen base for Concordia St. Paul as they now have a runner on second with a 3-2 count, and Trees not quite able to get that one on the mark. Just out of the reach. It appeared to be Kruger there trying to get that out, but not quite on the mark as you'd hope, and some confusion here maybe for St. Cloud State. And
they're asking if she went on the swing.
Oh, indeed, yes. Yeah, check swing, not a factor. Definitely a lot of misdirections and pointing the fingers to try and figure that out in this one. It's kind of been an interesting concept to see as a guy that has not watched a ton of softball before coming here to St. Cloud State, but I've been able to watch the last couple seasons with this softball team. As that one's drifted off into the netting there, and working through the bat so far is Parsons, able to keep things going. Full count still, 3-2 with a runner on second. That is Grace Besman, the runner on second base. And Concordia St. Paul looking to maybe push one through with no outs here in the top half of the fourth.
Good
Swing
pitch.
and a miss, able to get her on that one as one down for Concordia.
Fielder number 6, Alexis Houston.
Alexis Houston coming up to bat for Concordia St. Paul, the sophomore right fielder.
Houston's the one that made that play to end the last inning as well for CSP.
Able to track that one down from a long ways away. She'll look to get her team on the board here with one down. That one dropped right on what will probably be the bench. Yeah, falls on the benches back here in the seating area behind home plate. Not quite back to us, but I unfortunately don't have my glove in case I need to catch anything. I'm keeping my hands in my pockets for right now because, you know, it just so happens that it is cold out and I want to keep them as warm as possible.
When I was at the Dome on Thursday, there were a couple that headed towards me, and I got a little skittish in between them. But I mean, what can you do about it, right?
Got to be ready for anything as Junker will pitch this one up high. Not able to get anything on that one as 1-1 is the count with one out. Junker trying to work her way out of this jam here because runner on second with the way things have been going for Concordia St. Paul, it's not something you want here, but she was able to get bailed out a couple innings ago with the Vanden Langenberg's put out on the double play. That one fouled just along the first baseline over in the on-deck circle, but 1-2 is the count now with one out, and top of the fourth here as we have a 0-0 score here at the St. Ben Sports Complex.
There was one's wild there for a second. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and then each team had 1 hit, but apparently we weren't in the first inning, unfortunately, so I mean, can't really complain about anything.
There's the next pitch from Junker, able to get her to chase as she's able to get
Second baseman,
Houston
number 2,
to chase that one. Sydney Pelzer coming up for Concordia St. Paul as they now have 2 down with 1 on second base.
Yeah, Houston has struck out twice in this game, officially now.
Junker looking to make it 3, at least get this out. And that one just a little high, it appears, so 1-0 is the count.
Scoreboard having a bit of an issue. There's 2 outs, but it shows 1 out there.
Yep, 2 outs and 1 on for Concordia St. Paul here.
There, now it's fixed.
That one dropped out to right center. Good catch there, though, for St. Cloud State. Pinkowski able to track that one down and bring it in for the Huskies as they're able to avoid any damage done in that inning. And still 0-0 our score through the top half of the fourth inning as the Huskies will come up to bat here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Yes, we are remote here at St. Ben's, but Huskies are indeed the home squad as originally was supposed to be at Selke Field / the Husky Dome, but we moved it on out here to St. Ben's, and honestly, I'm not complaining. It's a beautiful facility out here in St. Joseph. Huskies looking to get things going offensively as they will head up to bat here momentarily. I believe it'll be if I'm not mistaken, Sydney Trees up to bat next.
You would not be mistaken. You would be correct.
The senior for St. Cloud State, one of many seniors for St. Cloud State.
Leading off along the clock for your Huskies, the catcher number 13, Sydney Trees.
A little bit of a score update. Twins are up 1-0 on the Mariners for all of you Minnesota sports fans out there. Just in case you were wondering, Luis Arias hit a solo home run in that game.
Softball and baseball season, and beginning to mid-April, can't really do a whole lot of complaining with that, as it's good to have the balls and gloves back out for this. As first pitch to Sydney Trees, just outside, ball one. Definitely think Trees might have maybe thought that was going to be a strike. It's kind of how the pace of this one's been going for the Huskies, and honestly for Concordia St. Paul, the strike zone's been a little jagged, a little different, if you will, but nonetheless, it's the beauty of different officials umping different games. As that one is a strike, I believe. Scoreboard shows 2-0, but I believe it is a 1-1 count, if I'm not mistaken. That one's lined right up the middle. Sydney Trees able to get on base here. With the turf being what it is, that one went really fast up the middle, and you have to be really fast if you are Clara Heisland, and she's able to scoop that one up relatively quickly in center. But Huskies got one on here, no outs, and here comes Jasmine Estrada, see if she can do some damage for St. Cloud State early in this fourth inning.
You know, put good aluminum on the ball, did Sydney Trees, and she was able to get it up the middle for a base hit. But, yeah, it's going to be nothing if St. Cloud can get more hits or string them together to try to score a run here in the bottom of the fourth.
That first pitch outside for Concordia St. Paul as Huskies ahead 1-0 in the count here. That one lined back to the cars here, back to the lot, as 1-1 is now our count.
I did not see what car that one hit, but there's a couple of kids out there that are going to field some softballs.
Plenty of people that chase down the foul balls here, as we've had a ton. As I mentioned, we've had a ton of full counts, and I think that's been a big part of it too, is a lot of these hitters able to kind of work the counts for both Olsen and Junker through this one, as that one's fouled off as well. 1-2 is our count. That one just outside. 2-2 is our count now.
And there's still a bit of an issue with the scoreboard. It is 2-2 count after the fastballs, or excuse me, after the foul balls. Excuse me, I'm trying to find the words, but a little cold out here, so my vocal cords are a little fried.
2-2 is the count, no outs, and one on for the Huskies, as that one's in the dirt just outside, and 3-2 now the count, working it full yet again is St. Cloud State, and Estrada looking to capitalize on this one and make the most of this at bat. Making Olsen making her work for it. Maybe her arm's kind of getting tired at this point, as there's been a lot of full counts. That one slow roller to short. Able to dig it up there, but is able to get it out, as Estrada able to beat the throw there.
Number 7, Ellie Weinberger.
Taylor Griffin trying to scoop that one and throw it, but nothing doing, as Estrada is able to reach. So now Huskies with 1-2, 0 outs, and coming up to bat is Holly Weinberger for St. Cloud State.
Yeah, Holly Weinberger coming up to bat. She, in this game, if I can look at the stat real quick, she had the first hit of this game for St. Cloud State. So it's kind of the person you want up.
Foul ball there on the first pitch, and Weinberger, one of the key components of that game one against Moorhead the other day, as I mentioned before. Double the left center was kind of the opening pair of runs to get things rolling for the Huskies offense. We'll see if she can maybe repeat in this inning and get things going offensively for the Huskies as well. Slow roller there, as that one's going to be a tough play. Able to get the out at first, though. Good throw there by Grace Besman. One out with runners on second and third. And forthcoming is Maggie Fitzgerald, the freshman first baseman for St. Cloud State, looking to get things rolling here for the Huskies.
I think we're going to have a substitution, actually.
Yeah, it looks to be, let's see if I can look at my
Sophie Coulain, I believe.
Yeah, Coulain's coming in for Fitzgerald to bat here in the bottom half of the fourth inning.
Yeah, they're sacrificing a little bit of power for a little bit of contact. Colleen leads the is in front of Fitzgerald in RBIs, but she's behind her in home runs.
Colleen looking to capitalize on this Huskies offensive run here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Again, not a whole lot of offense for either team outside of this lone inning. It's been mostly a 1 hit per team game so far through the first 4, and now Huskies able to kind of get a pair of significant hits here in this one. Is 3 hits to 1 so far for St. Cloud State.
Now, if you're St. Cloud, you just got to get it out of the infield, and you most likely score a run. Unless you try a little bit of a squeeze, but I don't know if I would actually go for that in this type of situation.
Again, Huskies, the turf does come into play with that, Alex, as even the slightest hit, as we've seen so far in this one, can go quite a ways, as this one has a little bit of more bounce on the turf.
There's a
able
squeeze.
to bunt that one through and able to slide in safely there are the Huskies. Sydney Trees makes it through on that one, and Huskies go up 1-0. Clutch bunt there by
center fielder, number 12, Alexander.
Colhane there for the Huskies, excuse me.
You know, leave that one to the good old announcer's jinx. You know, I don't think it's going to, I don't know if I do that in the situation, then the moment I say that, it happens.
There you go.
Maybe I should just say they shouldn't hit a home run here.
The slow roller to the third baseline side, and she's able to beat out the throw to first as well. That one a pop out, and
double play.
Concordia St. Paul able to double up on that one, as didn't appear to be much of a match for Estrada on third, and they double up and get the double play there. But they do get one through 4 innings. Huskies up 1-0.
Your Huskies 1, Concordia 0.
Couple hits in that 4th inning are enough to get things going, but if you're Concordia St. Paul, definitely want to maybe try and avoid what happened in that 4th inning, is just the look of disdain on Parsons' face after that inning was kind of told the story there for Concordia St. Paul. Is definitely wish she could have that one back, because that was very, very tight. That's about as tight of a play as it gets, because you're within feet of getting out at home there. But Sydney Tree is able to use her speed to get across the plate. Excuse me. And yeah, Huskies up 1-0 here as we head into the top half of the 5th.
And now it's going to come down to, can Trinity Junker close the door on these next couple innings? We have 3 more innings left in this one if we don't end up with a tie and then go to extras. But you'll definitely just hope that Junker is able to just, keep doing what she's done all season, which is throw strikes.
Sophomore JC DeVries going to maybe get things going for Concordia St. Paul, looking to answer back after that inning.
Yep, she flew out to second base her last time up.
First pitch coming up here for Junker. That one lined out to short, Great play there, though. Heads up play at short there by Langenberg, Van Langenberg, Great dive there to make things work for the Huskies. Able to get that first out. She's been electric in this one. Not only that diving play, but also the putout that we saw earlier, getting Junker out of a jam. And, yeah, 1 down for Concordia St. Paul here in the 5th.
Yeah, Van Langenberg, the defensive show out there at short, the double play, and then, of course, that diving stop there at short on that last pitch.
Line out there, soft dropper down to the right field, down the right field side, Weinberger there to grab that one.
Left fielder, number 7, Cam Beanboss.
Taylor Griffin there dropping that one down the right field line, and they have 1 on with 1 out as Wienbos coming up here for Concordia St. Paul, looking to maybe answer back from Junkers. So far, good showing through the first 4. Couple bumps in the road thus far, but able to get a runner on here in early on, as we do have a substitution for Concordia St. Paul. Rachel Novak coming in to run, the freshman.
Rachel Novak.
Looking to run for Taylor Griffin over at first, Huskies looking to maybe match their speed Veenbaugh steps to the plate here for this at-bat.
She walked her last time up.
That one just high, as that one's a 1-0 count now. Here's the second pitch from Junker there. Novak getting a little footwork out there at first, but Trees keeping her at bay as 1-1 is the count with 1 out and 1 on for Concordia St. Paul as the third pitch upcoming here from Junker. That one fouled back here to the bleachers. Maybe Trees could get it. That one landing right on the top of the net. I think Trees was hoping to maybe get that one, but that one landing smack dab on the wire here as 1-2 is the count with 1 out.
Almost a bit of an opportunity, but I think it hit the top of the net and then bounced, if I remember correctly, even though it was like 20 seconds ago.
Here comes the fourth pitch from Junker. That one just high and outside as 2-2 is our count with 1 on and 1 out for the Golden Bears, looking to answer back after St. Cloud State going up 1-0 in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Here's the pitch. That one flown out to left field, but that one's going to drift, foul, and out. 2-2 is the count, 1 out.
And the balls are finding the bats right now for Concordia St. Paul. They had, on the first pitch, it was pretty decent contact to short, but Vanden Langenberg was able to make a nice play. And then we had a hit on the last batter, and then that one carried foul. It was almost a home run.
That one line out to left center and chasing that one down. Concordia St. Paul looking to answer back here as here comes Novak to the plate, thrown to the plate. Trees not able to grab that one as Novak will slide in there and tie things up for Concordia St. Paul. Brooke Boland chasing that one down, and that one was well over her head as well as Pinkowski. That one was well hit to left center. Not able to connect on the relay was St. Cloud State, and Trees just couldn't quite get it as it rolled past to the backstop, and Novak able to slide on in to tie this thing up at 1. And of course, we have the leading run on third.
The balls are finding the barrels right now for Concordia St. Paul, which is not a great thing for Trinity Junker.
Boss, the leading run on third base for Concordia St. Paul, and that's a strike there.
That's the first run that St. Cloud surrendered in 2 games.
Clara Heisland up to the plate, top of the order for Concordia St. Paul. 1-1 is our score. 1-0-1 is the count with 1 out and 1 on third base. Showing bunt there is Claire Heisland. High throw, I believe, got it out. Able to get Claire Heisland out at first, but Concordia St. Paul able to get the lead run. 2-1 is our score. 2 outs, and Junker little rattled right now from the circle as Concordia is able to just be consistent with their offense, with their hitting here in the 5th inning.
You got a pinch hitter, I think, for Concordia St. Paul.
Yeah, looks to be Annalise Scamehorn coming in for Concordia St. Paul.
.320 hitter on the season, 8 hits and 25 at-bats.
Pinch hitting for Concordia, number 11, Annalise Scamahorn.
Junker looking to maybe end this thing and get maybe her offense to bail her out in the bottom half of the 5th. Here is the first pitch from Junker. Swinging and missing there is Scamehorn. Oh, 0-1 the count, 2 outs, nobody on. 2-1 is our score here in the bottom half of the 5th at the St. Ben's Sports Complex. Second pitch here from Junker, and that one's right down the pipe. 0-2 the count, 2 outs. It's the first big spurt of offense I think we've seen so far outside of the couple hits that we had last half of the inning, I should say, from St. Cloud State. So both teams starting to find their groove. Little extra time to get their wheels off the ground, but nonetheless, St. Cloud State getting one in the bottom half of the fourth, and now Concordia St. Paul answering right back, getting a few good quality hits, and able to get that one significant quality hit that went out to left center to get the runs in here for the Golden Bears. Here's the pitch once again from Junker. That one's fouled back right above us here.
7 strikeouts for Trinity Junker so far today. So she's pitched decent, not as great as she probably wishes she has, but she's kept her team in it so far. Nope.
That one thrown just high. Maybe it was a hit by pitch?
Yeah, it was a hit by pitch, but St. Cloud is contending that she put her elbow out, but I mean, you're not going to really argue in that sense. You can never really argue against it.
Definitely looked a little high, but nonetheless, we do have a runner on first for Concordia St. Paul, and we'll have a mound visit and maybe get Junker to calm down a little bit as her control is kind of spiraling out. I can't talk today, but nonetheless, she's able to kind of maybe keep herself contained here in the bottom, or in the top half of the fifth, nonetheless, and maybe get out of this jam. As it's been just as you mentioned, good pitching, but sometimes good pitching is met with good hitting, and that's kind of been the case in this top half of the inning.
Third baseman, number 20, Grace Baseman.
2 outs, 1 on. Coming up to the plate for Concordia St. Paul, Grace Bestman coming up for the Golden Bears. That one fouled back into the net.
Yeah, she's singled and she struck out but advanced on the pass ball today.
Grace Baseman coming up to the plate, down 0-1, 2 outs with a runner on first. Hallie Bemmel's on the Hallie Bemmel is the runner on first for Concordia St. Paul. That one drops in. Swift throw to second there. That one going over the head out to Pinkowski, but nothing going as she does slide into second safely. Is now Concordia St. Paul with a runner in scoring position. 2-1 the count, 2 outs. Up against Grace Besman. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count, correction. As Blue updates the scorekeepers here in the box up here. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Junker looking to wrap things up here in the fifth. That one a slow drifter out in the foul territory, but nothing doing as that one falls right near the dugout for the Huskies.
Once again, people are going to the bullpen to warm up for Concordia St. Paul. Actually, they might have just been leaving. Sorry.
Gotta think the arms are getting tired here, especially if you're Junker and feels like she's thrown a ton of pitches through this one.
Well, Junker once the season threw 102 pitches as well, so I don't think work really matters to her as long as she's efficient in what she does. She's a workhorse for the St. Cloud team, that's for sure.
Golden Bears looking to get that runner from scoring position in and get some insurance here as she's able to, Junker, is able to end things here in the fifth. But not without 2 runs from Concordia St. Paul as they do go up 2-1 here after 5 innings of play. As the Huskies will come up to bat to answer right back and maybe tie things up here in the top half of the 6th inning here from the St. Ben's Sports Complex. And Alex, impressive inning, or impressive half of the inning, I should say, from Concordia St. Paul there.
Yeah, they were just able to get a little bit of good contact and some weak contact, and it just resulted in 2 runs. I mean, Junker didn't miss her spots as much. I mean, you saw that hit by pitch, but that's like the only thing that really went terribly for her. On the other end, she made a couple of good pitches that was just better pieces of hitting, and then the 1 run scored that should have been a play at the plate. It just got past the catcher trees, but you're still happy with how you pitched, I think, if you are Trinity Junker. And I don't know if you guys can hear it at home, but the wind is starting to blow out again once again. So I think that bodes pretty well for the Huskies.
Starting to get a little windy here at the sports complex, but you said it. I mean, they got some contact in Junker. Kind of starting to struggle with the control factor, but for the most part, she was able to hit her corners and hit her stride thus far. It's kind of been the theme this game so far. Both pitchers doing a pretty good job. It's just running into a couple good contact hits.
8, 9, and 1 up to bat in this half of the inning for St. Cloud State.
Starting things off here in this inning is Leah Krieger here. That one hitting the bottom of the zone there, and 1-1 is the count. Huskies looking to get things rolling here in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
It's a good pitch.
That one just outside, as 2-2 will be the count now for St. Cloud State. Brooke Bolin on deck for the Huskies. Here's the pitch from Olsen. That one fouled back, as 2-2 still our count. Nobody out here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. That one hit right on the foot there. Krieger's going to first base, and Huskies have their first runner on base this inning, and look to add on some runs here. Maybe get some tie things up here in the bottom half of the 5th, as a phenomenal hitter in Brooke Bolin coming up to bat, the 5th-year senior, looking to get some offense going for the Huskies.
259 on the year. See if she can come through, maybe boost that batting average up a bit.
Ball facing the 0-1 count here early.
Trying to slap that one, as we mentioned earlier, or at least I kind of described what it is.
Trying to slap that one down the third baseline, and
that is why the infield is shielding in a bit.
Facing an 0-2 count now, as you mentioned. Grace Beesman, the third baseman over there on the side there, slowly zoning in on Brooke here, and that one fouled back. Still 0-2 count. Nobody out, 1 on for St. Cloud State.
In case you were wondering, that was a gray Toyota that one hit.
Here's the next pitch from Olsen. That one's dropped out to left field. Able to grab that one, though. Bean Boss there snagging that one for the Golden Bears, and 1 out, 1 on for St. Cloud State. And here comes Vanden Langenberg for St. Cloud State to get the top of the order going here for St. Cloud State.
She's flown out to second, and she's been hit by a pitch in this game, but she's been very good on defense. I mean, we've seen that. You've certainly heard it.
That one just low, as she's up ahead 1-0 on the count here. 1 out, 1 on. Here's the pitch from Olsen. That one is a strike, and 1-1 now the count to Vanden Langenberg here. Another senior for this Husky squad. As you mentioned, Alex, a couple defensive showings so far in this first game. That one hit down the third baseline, but just foul. Brianna Olson coming up here for another pitch. 1-2 count. That one hit out to left center. Able to snag that one, though.
Third baseman,
Is
number
Cara
6,
Heisling.
Haley McFarlane.
2 outs with 1 on are the Huskies.
If they don't score around here, it might be very difficult to try to get that one more in the next 2 innings, especially with the way that Concordia's kind of found a way to put metal on the ball now.
Yeah, both these teams able to get some contact, but Concordia kind of has the momentum right now, especially after that 2-run top of the 5th. Huskies looking to answer back here as Haley McFarland steps to the plate, facing an 0-1 count. 2 outs, 1 on for St. Cloud State. Switching things up here, left, right, left. Facing the various different hitters that we do have here on the St. Cloud State roster, and seemed to have been too much of a problem when it comes to Brianna Olson and kind of her overall location, as she's able to kind of adapt on the go, as she's been pretty flawless outside of the 1 run in this one. And that one on the far outside corner, that one 1-2 count now for Concordia St. Paul up against McFarland up at the plate here. Here's the next pitch. Swung and missed there as Huskies go down. Leave 1 stranded as
No runs, no hits, no errors,
2-1 is our
left
score
base.
going into the top half of the 6th inning.
Your Huskies
Golden
won.
Bears looking to add some insurance maybe in the top half of the inning upcoming. So we'll see what they can do, see if Trinity Junker comes back out too. It looks like she'll be back out for another inning here. Junker looking to have a little bit smoother ride through this top half compared to the last one. I think the last one was the real rough patch of this one so far. Outside of that, she's been absolutely flawless in pitching so far. As you mentioned, Alex, she's had a handful of strikeouts in this one, and it's been mostly a pretty spot-free game for her so far.
Yeah, she's pitched fairly well. It's just a couple, a couple of blocks in the road that have come back to bite her. Hopefully she can just get past this one and put the power in the St. Cloud lineup up to bat next inning with only a 1-run deficit.
Stepping up to the plate here for Concordia St. Paul, Amanda Parsons, catcher for the Golden Bears. That one lined out foul here along the third baseline. Down 0-1 early in the count. Here's the pitch to Parsons. That one high and away. 1-1 the count now. Here's the next pitch to Parsons, slow roller to short.
Great play.
But Van den Langenberg there able to sling that one through, and 1 down here in the top half of the 6th for Concordia St. Paul.
I swear, the ball just has a weird way of finding her at short every single time it's hit into the infield.
Alexis Houston coming up to bat for Concordia St. Paul. That one, a high pitch, able to go up and chase that one was Houston, but that one lined out to left, down the left field line and foul. 0-1 the count, 1 out, nobody on for the Golden Bears here in the top half of the 6th inning. 2-1 our score here at the St. Ben Sports Complex this afternoon. That one, a fly ball to the first baseline there, and Krieger there able to get that one.
Sydney Pilzer.
Bring that one in as 2 outs for the Huskies. As coming up to bat for the Golden Bears is Sydney Pelzer. Trying to get things going.
Pretty decent start to this inning for St. Cloud. 2 pretty efficient outs.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier that Junker looking to maybe get things going smoothly in this one. So far, so good. As she's able to kind of bounce back from that rough 5th inning. That one falling just inside 1-0 with a count here to Pelzer. Junker able to try and paint the corner there, as I believe that's ball number 2. 2-0 count.
Yeah, Sydney Trees asking where that one missed. It looked to be a little bit inside from my perspective, but
yeah, Junker trying to curve out some, maybe a little space in the inside corner there, but nothing going for that one. That one does fall for a strike as she's able to bring that one a little bit in. 2-1 the count, excuse me, with 2 outs. That one, a soft liner out to second there.
Nice play.
Krieger there to be able to throw that one in, and that one is out number 3 for this one. Is 1, 2, 3 go the Golden Bears. Huskies will come up to bat here in the bottom half of the 6th inning, as they need to get the offense going here in the bottom half of the inning and get things rolling, and maybe try and close things out in the top half. Down by 1, 2-1 our score through 5.5 innings.
I guess the good thing for the Huskies is it's going to be 3-4-5. It will be Trees, Estrada, and Weinberger up to bat in this half of the inning. So you'll definitely take to that if you're the Huskies. You got the power coming up in the lineup, chance to do some damage, and then if you score 2 runs here, if you don't allow 1 in the next inning, it's over.
Yeah,
then you go to game 2.
Indeed, you have a couple seniors coming up here for St. Cloud State, definitely as well as leaders on this squad in Trees and Estrada. So we'll see if see what they can do here.
Leading off the bottom of the 6th for your Huskies, the catcher, number 13, Sydney Trees.
Trees getting things started for St. Cloud State as Concordia St. Paul.
I'm feeling a home run here, Josh. I'm going to call it. I'm feeling it.
We shall see. Trees has been pretty effective so far, and we'll see if she can kind of get that big of an answer back for Concordia's 5th inning performance, if you will. Here's the first pitch. That one low, and appears to be 1-0 count here for Trees.
Feeling left center field. If it doesn't happen, okay, but if it does, I'm going to be bragging about it for weeks.
That one's in the far outside corner, and up to ahead 2-0 is in the count is Sydney Trees. That one right down the middle, able to finally get a strike is Brianna Olson.
I think Trees might have been waiting for a strike before she was able to plan her batting or her attack with the bat, because she nodded right after that pitch went down the middle.
Here's the next pitch from Olson, and able to get Trees to swing out of her shoes for that one, and 2-2 is the count here. Nobody out here in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
That ball was ticketed for left center field, but it just missed its flight. I'll see myself out now. That was a bad joke.
Trees facing the 5th pitch of this one, as she's able to chase the high heat, if you will.
Jasmine Estrada.
Down goes Trees for the first out of this one, and here comes Estrada to try and get things going for St. Cloud State. 1 down, nobody on for the Huskies. That one is softy, but she's able to get her to chase on that one. 0-1 the count.
Off speed got her a little confused. She was sitting for the fastball, but she saw that off speed and she got a little confused. That's the beauty of the off speed pitch.
That one goes outside, and we'll have a 1-1 count now to Estrada. That one getting the tip of the bat there, and that one will fall. That one will roll out of bounds. will roll foul, excuse me. We'll face a 1-2 count here, 1 out for St. Cloud State. Strata looking to maybe get the offense rolling here.
I do wonder if a home run has ever hit the window of one of the apartments across the street, because I feel like that should be an insurance property thing.
Huskies looking to maybe make that happen here as Estrada looks at another one now on the outside corner. Tough one there as painting the corners once again is Brianna Olson.
Yeah, that's been called a strike all day, so you got to be prepared to be able to try to swing at those.
Shaking her head was Estrada, but like you said, it's kind of been the same story all day. Huskies just kind of have to adapt to that zone and not able to go or bite on that at least. And 2 down now. Two down, 1-0 count here to, I believe it is Weinberger up to bat here for the Huskies.
Looking forward to next game. I do think that it'll probably be, since it was Junker, it'll probably be Emma Eichhoff who will probably pitch game 2. Oof, good pitch.
Good pitch there by Olson, as now it is a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Eichhoff, of course, improving to 7-3 on the back of her dominant Huskies performance, offensive performance in game 2 the other day.
There we go.
Able to hit that one up the middle there was Weinberger, and she's able to get
First baseman, number 14.
Get on
Maggie
first here.
Fitzgerald.
Maggie Fitzgerald will try and push her in here with 2 outs. 2 outs, 1 on for St. Cloud State.
Maggie, this season, 4 home runs, 20 RBIs. She is capable.
As I mentioned, able to get the runs through has been Maggie Fitzgerald. We'll see what she can do here. That one's a low ball, no strike call. That one's a 1-0 count now. That one, a liner out to right field, and able to reel that one in is Concordia St. Paul. Alexis Houston once again tracking that one down, and 2-1 still our score as we head into the top half of the 7th inning.
And it is Trinity Junker out there once again.
Junker looking to finish strong here for the Huskies as they are still facing a 1-run deficit into the final frame here.
Junker can use that momentum that she had that last inning, get 3 up, 3 down. And then it would be 6, 7, 8 up to bat in the next half inning for St. Cloud State, which is still a capable part of the lineup. They can still hit, they can still get some hits, they can still get some RBIs. But it's a little more difficult now since that power in your lineup is kind of diminished until they come up again, hopefully.
Yeah, Concordia St. Paul looking to maybe bury the lead here. Is 2-1 is our score through 6 innings of play, and top half of the 7th inning coming up here. Appears to be starting things off, I believe.
For Concordia, the first baseman, number 10, J.C. DeFries.
J.C. DeFries starting things off for Concordia St. Paul. DeFries, Griffin, and Veenbos, I believe, is the order here in the top half.
You would be correct, Mr. Josh Wheeler.
Junker looking to just get through this top half and maybe have her Huskies give her a little bit of help on the back end of this inning. Got to get through this bottom half of the order, though. As that first pitch looked to be a little bit outside, but 1-0 count here to J.C. DeVries. That one right down the bottom portion of the zone there. That'll be a 1-1 count now to DeVries.
I feel like the wind only blows out when Concordia St. Paul's up to bat. What's the deal with this? It's blowing at my neck all the time, and it gets a little cold. I know you were saying something earlier about you just got a haircut, so you chose a bad day to get a haircut, huh?
Little breezy here in St. Joe, but it's kind of the weather elements that we're battling here in April when you have softball and baseball games running through. And 1-2 count now to DeVries. And not the most ideal temperatures, but able to play on a pretty decent day here at the ballpark, and that one will be strike 3. Able to get the first out is Junker, and she'll look to get the next 2 as here comes Taylor Griffin to the plate for Concordia St. Paul. And of course, Cam Veenbos on deck for the Golden Bears. That one high and away is 1-0 is the count early on here. Junker looking to stay defensively strong here in this top half, as that one's right in the top half of the zone and able to get the strike called there. 1-1 the count with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Able to mostly maintain her control throughout this one. Hasn't had too many crazy, balls thrown, I should say, for lack of a better term, and she's definitely been able to kind of keep her composure, keep her control for the most part. A couple of instances where she seemed like she might be spiraling out, but nonetheless, so far so good for Junker.
She's pitched well enough for a team to win this game is how I will voice my opinion of it, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
1-2 the count, I believe, as Huskies looking to get their second out of this top half here. Here's the pitch from Junker. That one in the dirt. 2-2 the count now for St. Cloud State.
It's a habit that I picked up when I was calling games back in Nebraska. You can't. I got a bunch of complaints for some reason because I kept saying a dirt when it was a turf field, especially by the people in the box. So I had to change my entire vocabulary. And when I called my first actual dirt baseball game this past summer, I had to work myself back into the whole swing of things, if that makes any sense.
Indeed, it's tough. It's different when you deal with turf compared to dirt. As
just muscle memory for a
muscle
commentator.
memory, and definitely different vibe, especially for those who are not used to it. And that one falls ball 4 for Concordia St. Paul, as Griffin will reach on a good at bat for her overall, able to get a handful of pitches out of Junker.
We're going to have a substitution of some sort. I think we're going to have a changing in pitching.
Yeah, looks like Junker might come out of the game here. And coming.
Pitching for Huskies, number 8, Lauren Kirkberg.
Lauren Kirkberg coming in for the Huskies. Kirkberg, the right-hander.
5 ERA, 1-0 record, 5 appearances this season. Not a lot of numbers for her. Her opponents, on average, bat .296 against her.
Overall, good outing by Junker, but definitely can't leave too many on base when you're pitching in this situation. Top of the 7th with only up by 1, or only down by 1, excuse me, and with 1 out. So maybe just wanted to play the safety card there and pull Junker when you can and give her maybe a rest, because like you said, they have a lot of doubleheaders upcoming. They have obviously one tomorrow, and then they also have a doubleheader coming up on Tuesday. Ricky and myself will be on the call for that one at Selke Field, weather permitting, of course, unless if that happens, we'll be moving to the Husky Dome to call that one. That one, I believe, is, if I'm not mistaken, Upper Iowa coming to town. So we got Concordia St. Paul today, and then we have Mankato tomorrow, and then Upper Iowa coming to town. So a lot of action coming forth for the Huskies. Big matchup tomorrow in Mankato, as they, I believe, are number 19, 18 or 19 on a ranking for college ranking right now for the softball team.
Yeah, Mankato's athletics have been getting a pretty good workout. You saw Dryden McKay won the Hobie Baker yesterday for Minnesota State hockey.
I did hear about that, yes.
And they're in the national championship tonight against the Denver Pioneers of the NCHC, which is the division that St. Cloud State's men's hockey team is in.
1-1 the count here for St. Cloud State. There's a
couple of good professional players that have come from Minnesota State. One that comes to mind, Adam Thielen, wide receiver for the Minnesota Vikings. I'm sure that Dryden McKay will probably get some sort of NHL contract after the season, especially after winning the Hobey Baker and being arguably the greatest college goalie of all time, statistically wise.
Indeed, a lot of great talent to come out of Minnesota State. It's no surprise that their softball team is doing pretty well this season. They'll go up against the Huskies tomorrow at either Selke Field or the Husky Dome, depending on the weather. As I mentioned before, we are in April. As zoning in back on the game at hand, we are Huskies up against a 3-1 count here. Now 3-2, able to battle back is this one, and Kirkberg able to kind of find her groove, working the count back to full. 1 out, 1 on for Concordia St. Paul here.
Could be a play on this one.
Able to get a piece of that one was Veenbos, but nothing doing. That one falls out of play, and have another pitch forthcoming here for seventh pitch of the at bat forthcoming. That one lined back into the netting as well, and
it was a good pitch.
Good pitch there by Kirkberg there, trying to get things maybe back into place for this Huskies defense. Not a whole lot of end play action for the infield or outfield today. It's been mostly a pitcher's game.
Could be two.
Good double play there, potentially. Nothing going, not able to get it over in time.
They do get the lead runner, though, at second, so that's a pretty big thing for St. Cloud State.
Center field, number 21, Clara Heisland.
Clara Heisland coming up for Concordia St. Paul. Huskies able to get the force out at second, but of course, as I mentioned before, Veenbos able to reach on first.
And you'll take that if you're St. Cloud. You always want to, but you'll definitely take getting the lead runner out of there so that there's no runners in scoring position.
I want a slow roller there. Heisland able to get a piece of that one, but Kirkberg able to throw that one out at first. As no runs there for the Golden Bears. Huskies once again avoiding disaster. As 2-1 our scores. We head to the final frame of this one. Seventh inning, bottom of the seventh coming up. Huskies looking to tie this thing up. It'll be here in game 1 of 2 here at the St. Ben Sports Complex.
It'll be Pinkowski, Kruger, and Bolin. Or no, excuse me, Fitzgerald, Pinkowski, Kruger in the bottom half of this inning for the Huskies, trying to get at least one more run to try to get this one to extras, but you want to get the win here if you are St. Cloud State.
Bottom half of the order for St. Cloud State, looking to maybe answer back here. As once again, it's Brianna Olsen coming out for the Golden Bears to try and finish things out here.
Alexandra Pinkowski.
Pinkowski coming up to bat for St. Cloud State. See if she can spark some sort of offense here. Is only 5 hits for St. Cloud State, only 3 for Concordia St. Paul through this one. As mentioned before, it's been mostly a pitcher's duel, honestly. As offensive as it's felt lately, at least in the last couple innings, it's been mostly pitching. Fifth inning, or excuse me, bottom of the 4th and top of the 5th, and that was pretty much our offense for today. It's been mostly a back and forth matchup between Olsen and Junker, and now of course Kirkberg was the pitcher for St. Cloud in that last inning. Second strike thrown there from Olsen is 0-2 is the count with nobody out here for St. Cloud State. That one, a slow roller back to Olsen. Able to get the out at first.
Nice play.
Nothing happening there from Pinkowski.
Lydia Krieger.
Krieger coming up here for the Huskies. Looking to hopefully answer back. One down. Nobody on for St. Cloud State. That one dropping just low. Good take there for Krieger's. 1-0 the count here with 1 out. Olsen trying to find her groove here as that one is slightly dropped, just foul down the right field line. 1-1 the count now with 1 out. Here's the delivery from Olsen. That one just high. 2-1 the count with 1 out. And that one foul just along the netting in foul territory. So 2-2 the count now, even at 2 with 1 out. Nobody on for St. Cloud State. Krieger up to bat, Brooke Bolin on deck, and then we head right on into the top half of the order, pending any outs here in the next couple of bats.
Good eye.
Taking a good take there. That one up high to Krieger is just able to take that one, and 3-2 the count, working it back full here with 1 out. Another pitch coming here from Olsen. That one lifted high in right field.
Left fielder, number 23.
Houston there to grab that one, and 2 down for the Huskies as Bolin here to maybe keep things going for St. Cloud State. To stretch things into the top half of the order potentially. Here's the pitch from Olsen. Brooke looking to maybe slap that one along the line here. Playing closely on the third baseline side is Grace Bessman. That one fouled back into the netting here, so 1-1 the count for Bolin here. 1-1, 2 outs, nobody on. 2-1 our score here in the final frame of this one. Game 1 of 2. Here's the pitch from Olsen. That one slapped back to the netting once again. So 1-2 our count now with 2 outs.
Last strike.
Huskies down to their last strike, their last hope here in game 1 of 2. That one on the outside, just missing apparently though. So 2-2 will be the count here. 2 outs.
Zone tightened up there on the last pitch. That's one that we've seen called a strike the entire game, and then it just shortens up.
Interesting dynamic so far for these pitches, but here's the pitch from Olsen. That one tipped, just got a piece of Bolin's. Bolin's bat there is 2-2 still our count. I think maybe Olsen goes off speed here to maybe finish this off, but we'll see.
You never know. She did.
She went off speed, but that one going just foul for Bolin as Bolin's able to keep it alive here, making Olsen earn this last out if necessary. So
Bolin's trying to go soft contact just so she can run to first, if that makes any sense. She doesn't want to hit anything in the air.
She has the speed, and honestly, we've seen Concordia St. Paul today. They have the fielding, they have the defense to pretty much track down just about everything. So we'll see if she can maybe squeeze one down the line here to keep things going for St. Cloud State.
I think Concordia St. Paul's asking the home plate umpire to check to make sure that Bolin doesn't leave the box before she makes contact with the ball. Not that it matters anyway.
Check the swing, and that'll do it there. St. Cloud State goes down there.
12-game winning streak ends on this game.
St. Cloud State falling 2-1, as you mentioned. That winning streak does indeed come to an end, and Huskies just couldn't quite keep the offense going. That one run in the fourth was not enough for St. Cloud State, as Concordia St. Paul had things rolling just after, right away after, in their top half of the inning, getting a couple quick ones on just an offensive spurt in that 5th inning. So Huskies falling 2-1, and for Alex Ferd and myself, we'll take a little bit of a break and kind of regroup and get things going here in the second game. Again, Huskies falling 2-1. Game number 2 coming up here shortly on the KBSC Sports Stream. We'll be back in a bit. Huskies for game 2 of 2 for Huskies softball here on the KBSC Sports Stream.
41!
The KVSC Sports Department. Get in the game.
Turn now by UMC. Omen dumps it over on 2! Tying the game at 25. Omen, do the thing you do so well.
Backdoor look shot, scores! Jimmy Murray buries it, and the Huskies are back up 5-4. And I'll do it. Huskies win the first ever North Star Cup.
You enjoy listening to St. Cloud State sports coverage as much as the sports department enjoys bringing it to you. And where else are you going to find top-notch coverage of St. Cloud State hockey, football, basketball, and volleyball, or the award-winning shows like Husky Sports Friday? And none of it would be possible without your donations. Your donations help pay for new equipment that we use to improve the quality and increase the quantity of the games that we bring to you. And you can donate anytime by going to kvsc.org and clicking on the Donate tab.
You're live in 5, 4,
3. Oh, sounds like it's time for me to get to work. Welcome into Husky Studios. This is Husky Sports Friday.
Nolan Walker shoots bar down. Nolan Walker. He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
He finds Roberts in the left corner. His 3 is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score!
Oh my God. Caleb, I can't find the score of the Husky game anywhere. Do you know what the score is?
Yeah, of course. It's 4-2.
What? How do you know that?
Oh, wait. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Blake Lazat just netted his second of the game.
Let's go Huskies. All right, but how do you know this?
All you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey. They tweet live from all the Husky games.
That's unreal. Do they only update the scores?
No, they don't only update you about the scores. They also update you on penalties, and they're even interactive with all the fans that tweeted them during the games.
That's crazy. How do I get in on that action?
So, all you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey on Twitter, and you can be in on the action today.
I think I know who's getting my next follow. Oh my God. Caleb, I can't find the score of the Husky game anywhere. Do you know what the score is?
Yeah, of course. It's 4-2.
What? How do you know that?
Oh, wait. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Blake Lazat just netted his second of the game.
Let's go Huskies. All right, but how do you know this?
All you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey. They tweet live from all the Husky games.
That's unreal. Do they only update the scores?
No, they don't only update you about the scores. They also update you on penalties, and they're even interactive with all the fans that tweeted them during the games.
That's crazy. How do I get in on that action?
So, all you have to do is follow KVSC Hockey on Twitter, and you can be in on the action today.
I think I know who's getting my next follow.
Coming this Friday at 12:30, The Undertaker and John Cena.
Wait, what did you say, Drew?
This headlining event is at KVSC Studios.
No, Drew, that's when Sidelines is on. Did you really try to schedule a main event during Sidelines right here on KVSC?
Sidelines?
Yeah, where we talk about things like...
Ryan Suter's patience as a D-man are what makes him in the top 5 of the NHL.
Or...
got all of the talent in the world in weapons.
So then why aren't they in the playoffs?
And...
once Carson Wentz got hurt, I just assumed it was a home field advantage all the way through to the Super Bowl for the Vikings.
I did it as well.
Because I don't see them winning.
You can catch all of this live every Friday at 12:30 only on pay-per-view.
Drew, cut it with the wrestling promo. Sidelines isn't on pay-per-view. It's right here on 88.1 FM KVSC every Friday at 12:30.
Nolan Walker shoots bar down. Nolan Walker. He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
Finds Roberts in the left corner. His three is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score.
Welcoming you to St. Benedict's Athletic Complex here in St. Joseph's, Minnesota. Alexander Fern, Josh Wheeler here with you for Game 2 of the doubleheader between your St. Cloud State Huskies and Concordia St. Paul. Of course, if you listened earlier, Concordia St. Paul won the first game by a score of 2-1. Trinity Junker pitched pretty well in that game, but of course, it just wasn't enough. Concordia St. Paul was just able to get a couple of runs to scratch across the plate, and it just ended up being a somewhat decent win for them. Josh, I know you were the main broadcaster for that first game. What did you see out of St. Cloud that really hurt them in the end?
Honestly, it was them mostly not able to convert on the chances that they were able to kind of be presented as far as getting a runner on base, and overall it was pretty much the Huskies just not being able to convert, and a lot of it had to do with Brianna Olsen and the performance that she put forth in this one, because overall dominant performance, 9 strikeouts through 7 innings pitched, and only allowing 5 hits, one of them leading to that run for St. Cloud State. And just 1 run wasn't enough, and winning streak unfortunately comes to an end unceremoniously. 2-1 was the final score in that one, and honestly, Huskies need to adjust in this one and maybe kind of turn things around and be able to, kind of be able to convert on those opportunities that are being presented to them when they get the runners on base. There was a lot of runners on base overall for the Huskies in that first game, so we'll see what they can do here in Game 2.
Yeah, for St. Cloud, you mentioned the pitching was very good for St. Cloud. Of course, you mentioned Trinity Junker having a somewhat decent game, but Brianna Olsen just had a phenomenal game. 7 innings pitched, 5 hits allowed, 1 run. That one run was an earned run. 9 strikeouts, no walks, 114 pitches for Brianna Olsen. So for St. Cloud, you kind of just ran into the hot hand. You mentioned that during the last broadcast that she is one of the best pitchers in the NSIC, along with Trinity Junker, who, of course, had a good game today. But turning the page to this game that's coming up now, it will be Emma Eichhoff versus Christy Pills. Eichhoff, 2.53 ERA, 7-3 on the season. And then for Christy Pills, number 16 for Concordia St. Paul, 2.90 ERA, 1-0 in the conference this season for her. Concordia St. Paul, of course, just picking up their 22nd win of the year officially during that last game. St. Cloud falls to 20-10. We're going to go ahead and give you the starting lineups right now. First for Concordia St. Paul, it will be Clara Heisland batting first, playing center field. Haley Bemmels batting second, and she is the designated player. Grace Besman, you mentioned earlier you were kind of mucusing up a bit here. My mouth is kind of not exactly dealing with
words out.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Grace Besman batting third, playing third. Amanda Parsons batting fourth, playing catcher. Alexis Houston, she played pretty well in that first game, batting fifth, playing right field. Sydney Peltzer will be batting sixth, playing second base. JC DeFries batting seventh, playing first. Taylor Griffin batting eighth, playing shortstop. And Cam Veenbos batting ninth, playing left field. For St. Cloud State, lineup doesn't really change around a lot. Will be Raven Vanden Langenberg playing shortstop, batting first. Haley McFarland batting second, playing third. Sydney Trees catching. And batting third. Jasmine Estrada batting fourth. She's the designated player again. Holly Weinberger batting fifth, playing right field. Sophie Kalane batting sixth, playing first. Alexandra Pinkowski batting seventh, playing center. Lydia Kruger batting eighth, playing second base. And Brooke Bolin batting ninth, playing left field. So really the only change comes at first base, with Maggie Fitzgerald being subbed out in favor of Sophie Kulane. I'm pretty sure that probably was the plan all along. But that's pretty much all that really talked about in the lineup end of things. You know, these are two pretty solid pitchers for both of these respective clubs as well.
Yeah.
So.
And overall, we've seen how good the Huskies have been this season, and honestly, they're not obviously at the top. Talking about Concordia St. Paul, at least, not at the top of the NSIC, but looking at the rankings here that I've been able to kind of print out and look at, for the most part, they have the pieces to be the top rank, near the top in the rankings in the NCAA softball. They're first statistically with 0.46 double plays turned per game, so we saw that a couple times in that first game where their defense really stepped up. They have a 768 winning percentage. Obviously, that's going up now with the win in game one, averaging about 1.5 doubles per game, as well as 2.18 earned run average. That's fourth in the NSIC and 31st in the NCAA. And it's honestly a lot of the stat sheets that I'm looking at here has a lot to do with the very person that kind of made things possible for the Concordia defense in that first game. Brianna Olson, 5 saves on the season, first in the NCAA, 13 complete games, 23rd in the NCAA. She has 13 wins, and that's a 25th rank in collegiately for softball. So they have the pieces for as a unit to be successful, and we saw that in that first game where they stepped up where they needed to win game number 1 over St. Cloud State. So Huskies looking to bounce back and maybe have a successful second game, knowing what they faced up against in that first game.
Yeah, and you mentioned for St. Cloud, you know, they ran into the hot pitcher, but there was a little bit of an issue with the strike zone early on for St. Cloud to adjust to. The outside part of the plate was given a lot of leeway to, which, I mean, it was consistent all game, so you always got to credit the home plate umpire that, and we're switching home plate umpires for this second game, so you wonder if that might have any effect on it, any effect on this game heading into this. And then with that last loss, St. Cloud falls to 9-9 in neutral site games. So this is practically a home game for St. Cloud if you think about it. There's a majority of St. Cloud fans that are here. It's only about a 25-minute drive from at least St. Cloud State's campus. I found that out today, especially when I called you about 3 or 4 times trying to figure out how to get to this park. But, I mean, it's a neutral site game. You should be able to try to win these. I know they had a tough run of it back in down in Florida. I believe last month they had a little bit of a tough run at it at a couple of neutral site games. But
yeah,
I mean, you got to be able to suit up. You got to be able to try to win these. And we're going to go ahead and see if they are able to at least split the first leg of the doubleheaders this weekend. Of course, they play again tomorrow in a doubleheader. Hopefully back outside again at Selke, but you know, weather changes. It's Minnesota. It's the Midwest. Mother Nature never makes up her mind when it comes to us.
Oh, yeah.
But do we want to just keep it here until we go to the batting order, or do we want to take a little bit of a break, Jeff?
We're going to take a quick 30-second break, and we'll 30-second, maybe more, until we get first pitch here, because nobody's really taken the field as of yet for this one. We're just about to get underway, so we'll take a quick break here on the KVSC Sports Stream, and when we come back, we have game 2 of 2 for Concordia St. Paul taking on the St. Cloud State Huskies.
He's got 2 now on the evening, and the Huskies, just like that, take the lead back.
Looking for your fill of St. Cloud State sports action?
Finds Roberts in the left corner. His 3 is up and good.
Another one.
All your favorite St. Cloud State sports can be found at KVSC, Radio X, and the KVSC Sports Stream.
In the slot momentarily, and the Huskies score!
Welcoming you back into St. Benedict's Athletic Complex here at the softball field at St. Benedict's Athletic Complex. Alexander Fern here with you, along with Josh Wheeler by my left side. Both teams getting ready to take the field, of course. including Emma Eichhoff, the pitcher. She's doing the tossing for St. Cloud in this game today. She played on Thursday, didn't allow a run in 5 innings, played very, very well against that MSU Moorhead team. And then otherwise, basically the same team out there for St. Cloud State, as we mentioned, but Maggie Fitzgerald, the freshman, well, is not in the lineup right now in favor of Sophie Culane.
Yeah, you mentioned Eichhoff improving to 7-3 with her win over Moorhead the other day, and Huskies' overall dominant offense, 22-0 over the course of those 2 games against the Dragons, slaying the Dragons, if you will, in 2 games, and just pure offensive domination as we're underway here at the sports complex here at St. Ben's.
Yeah, it's Clara Heisland who will be taking the first at-bat for Concordia St. Paul on the season, 330 hitter. This is, of course, coming into today, so the stats haven't exactly updated yet so far, as that first pitch missed for a ball. The 1-0 on its way now. Swung on, hit in the air towards center field, back, and this one is off the wall. It's going to be extra bases. And it's a sliding double to lead off of the game for Clara Heisland. And now stepping in, Haley Bemmels.
And good hit there from Clara Heisland. She had an RBI in game 1 of today, and a lot of offensive power in that one. As that was easy double there to get things going early here for Concordia St. Paul in the top half of the first.
So a pretty decent start for Concordia St. Paul to start this game. 2 pitches and 2 bases already, if that makes any sense. And, of course, stepping in, Haley Bemmels, the freshman. First pitch on its way from Eichhoff. It's a little bit of a squeeze opportunity, but the bunt goes back towards the netting for the first strike, 0-1. Once again, a little windy here. I don't know if you can hear it kind of whooshing past us, but, I mean, you'll live with it. It's not terrible weather. It's not raining like it has been in this city for the past couple of weeks. The weather has been very unpredictable. I believe it was snowing a couple of days ago, so
nothing like some April weather here in Minnesota, especially around softball and baseball season.
Another squeeze attempt, but the bunt was pulled back in time, but it just caught the outside corner, did the pitch for the first strike, or the second strike, excuse me, so it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 from Eichhoff. That one's way high, and it gets past trees, and advancing to third on the play is Clara Heisland. It's a bit of a mistake there by Trees, as she had that one in her glove, but it just passed her. So with nobody out, there's a runner at third. And it's 1-2 now. Eichhoff gets the sign. Winds and deals. Swung on and hit back towards the netting once again.
And getting the most out of these at-bats so far. Saw a lot of that in the first game, where a lot of at-bats were going the full length and then some, full counts and up to 7, 8, maybe sometimes even 9 pitches per at-bat. So definitely a lot of pitches thrown so far in the first handful of throws here.
1-2 popped up. This could be a play. Nice play by Trees. And thinking about coming home there was Clara Heisland, but coming home to cover home plate was Eichhoff, and then second guessing her decision was Heisland, who just retreated back to third base.
Yeah, Heisland, a little bit of happy feet there, is trying to make her way from third to home, but nothing happening
and stepping up
that one.
And stepping up to bat is Grace Beesman.
A little bit of a stare down from Van and Langenberg, Heisman and Langenberg there. So I think she's keeping her eye on her at short there, because she was really far up here near the catching spot here.
Yeah, she came about halfway through. Here's the pitch from Eichhoff on its way. That one high and outside for ball 1, 1-0.
Interesting call there. Interesting no call, I should say. I figured that one was for sure in the zone. Looked pretty meaty from up here. Definitely thought that would have been something for Grace Besman to bite at.
The 1-0 on its way. Misses inside. St. Cloud wearing their white jerseys with the red Huskies on the front of it, the black numbers. And for Concordia St. Paul, they're wearing basically the Dallas Cowboys alternate jerseys, the navy blue with the white shoulders, white numbers, and black lettering. That pitch is hit in the air towards left center field. This should score a run theoretically. Coming home and sliding in safely off of the sac fly is Clara Heisland, and it's 1-0 Concordia St. Paul in the first inning.
Clara Heisland getting things started offensively for Concordia St. Paul, and right just like that, 1-0 right out of the gate here with 2 outs.
First pitch on its way to Amanda Parsons was in there for a strike. It's 0-1, so bases clear, nobody on. And of course, Parsons up to bat the catcher. The 0-1 on its way, misses low.
Parsons 1 for 3 in game 1 here today. Very good offensively, and we saw very good defensively too in game 1 for the Golden Bears today.
Yeah, the first game was just a defensive powerhouse as that ball is smoked down the left field line. That's going to be extra bases all the way to the wall. Rounding first, heading for second, and standing there with a stand-up double is Parsons, and a lot of loud contact off of the pitches of Emma Eichhoff early in this one.
Yeah, Huskies need to get it under control in a hurry. They're kind of letting balls fly left and right here, it seems like. I know we're only a couple hits into it, but definitely not the start you wanted if you are Emma Eichhoff.
Now stepping up to bat, Alexis Houston. She had made a couple of good defensive plays last game as well. Pitch on its way to Houston is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Eichhoff's been good at throwing first pitch strikes in this game so far, but she hasn't been able to finish off. The 0-1. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2. See
if Eichhoff can close things out here and get, it's kind of trying to limit the damage as Concordia St. Paul definitely kind of starting to get things rolling.
The 0-2 on its way. Swung on, hit towards first, fielded, and stepping on first base in the meantime is Sophie Kulane for the 3rd out of the inning. So for Concordia St. Paul, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors in the top half of the first inning. For St. Cloud, it will be Raven Vanden Langenberg, Haley McFarland, and Sydney Trees to lead off this inning for the Huskies.
Yeah, not a bad start if you are the Golden Bears, as you got 2 hits out of it, 2 significant hits, nothing too soft. It's all pretty much the deep ball, and that's kind of been the goal. At least that was the goal in the first game as well, is just being able to kind of drop that one over the outfielders' heads, and that's kind of what you did. And because they play deep, and they've been able to kind of contain most of these long balls from St. Cloud State, as well as vice versa for Concordia St. Paul. So the Golden Bears able to kind of find what they needed to do in that what they didn't do in the first game and what they can do better in the second game, and able to kind of adapt and connect on that one. And now 1-0 is our score after 2 hits. And here in the bottom half of the second, St. Cloud State getting their first look at it here, as you mentioned. Vanden Langenberg getting things going for the Huskies.
Yeah, Christy Piltz is the pitcher for Concordia St. Paul, 2.9 ERA, 1-0 in conference play this year, the NSIC, of course. See if St. Cloud can at least...
shortstop, number 11, Raven Vanden Langenberg.
I'm looking for the word. Try to see if they can at least improve on their performance from the last game, if that makes any sense.
And it's weird that you say that, because honestly, both teams played a fantastic first game when it comes to score 2-1, and honestly, it was a lot of just solid pitching, just finding their groove. And this game seems to be already kind of Concordia St. Paul with the tilt in this first inning.
Yeah, Vanden Langenberg on the season, 355. As that pitch misses low, 355 and 93 at-bats. 33 of those have been hits. She's had 17 RBIs, 6 home runs for Vanden Langenberg, the senior. The 1-0 on its way to the number 11 wearing Husky. And that one misses high and outside. It's 2-0. Wind, once again, not really a huge factor in this game so far, but maybe that'll change sometime. If that one misses inside, it's 3-0.
Langenberg trying to get things going early here for St. Cloud State, as she's up 3-0. She's ahead 3-0 in the count.
Yeah, this might be the first time today that St. Cloud's encountered a 3-0 count, at least when they're batting. Here's the 3-0. In there for a strike. Vanden Langenberg thought it was outside. Yeah. I thought it was too, but
interesting call there. Saw a lot of that in the first game.
Well, if they're going to establish the outside part, you just got to make sure that you call it consistently, because that's when people start to get upset at you, is when you call it one way. The 3-1 on its way to Vanden Langenberg is in there for a strike as well. It's full count.
Langenberg already was quarter of the way up the baseline before she heard it was a strike, so I think she definitely thought that was the case, but now we're back full here.
Payoff pitch on its way from Pills. Swung on, hit towards left field. That'll be a base hit for St. Cloud State. And first batter, first hit, and that will bring up Haley McFarland.
That is the perfect example of hitting them where they ain't, and Langenberg able to get on the bases here early for St. Cloud State. Something we again did not see a whole lot out of them in outside of that first scoring opportunity for St. Cloud State in the fourth last game, but they're able to already get a 0-out runner on here in the first.
Yeah, one swing of the bat and you got a base runner automatically. Here's the pitch. That one's outside for a ball. Vanden Langenberg kind of showed a little bit of a feint there, maybe about trying to get to second base, but you never know. This catcher, number 8, Amanda Parsons, does have a pretty good arm behind the dish. Here's the 1-0. In there for a strike. So
Raven has speed, so she definitely, even if she feints it, it's definitely, she's got enough speed to get to second. There's not a lot of coverage up the middle there at short and second right now for Concordia.
For sure, it appears that the inside part of the plate is going to be established in this game, as that one is, Vanden Langenberg was going to steal. It might have been a hit and run there, as that one was fouled to the left. It's 1-2 to Haley McFarland.
Trees had to get out of the way of that one. That one was kind of a slow roller towards her, but Huskies looking to advance Vanden Langenberg here.
1-2 on its way, hit in the air towards right center field. This could be a little bit of a tough play, but it is a nice running play there by the center fielder, Clara Heisland, to get the first out of the inning. And that will bring up Sydney Trees off of the F8 in your scorebooks.
Yeah, the outfielding for Concordia St. Paul has been really effective through the first game and change here. We've seen a lot of really significant stretches where they've had to kind of go out of position to, you know, all the way, whether it's foul territory or even just deep in the field, and able to grab them.
First pitch on its way to the power hitting catcher for St. Cloud State. That's in there for a strike. Trees on the season, once again 11 home runs. She had one on Thursday for St. Cloud State against Moorhead. 3-run bomb. Here's the 0-1 on its way. That one's inside. It's 1-1.
Good look there from Trees as she's going to maybe try and produce something offensively for the Huskies here. If anybody can do it, it's definitely her. We've talked about that a lot. We've talked a lot about her power and the ability to drive some runs in, as she had a bunch of RBIs in the doubleheader the other day.
The 1-1 on its way. Poke towards right center field. That's a base hit. So it'll be 2 on with 1 out, and that will bring up the designated player, Jasmine Estrada. And you imagine if St. Cloud's able to get maybe a multi-run hit here, that would definitely juice up the girls down there on the field.
Got to think maybe they're going to go for the squeeze here, maybe try and advance the runners. I mean, you have Estrada up to the plate now, and honestly, it's Weinberger is not that bad of a hitter as well. So, but it looks like they're going full swing here as Estrada up to the plate, and not a bad option, not a bad player to have up there when you have 2 people on base, whether it's first and second or second and third, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 382 average on the season. That one is outside for a ball. It's 1-1.
Good look there by Estrada, watching that one just on the outside of the paint there.
Yeah, Estrada, she's been a pretty decent hitter for St. Cloud. She leads the team in batting average. As here's the pitch to Estrada. She swings and misses. It's 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out with runners on first and second. Runner on second is Vanden Langenberg, and a runner on first, of course, Sydney Trees, who just got the base hit the last time she was up.
Estrada looking to fight out of this 1-2 deficit here.
And here it is, the pitch. Estrada lines one up the middle. This could be 2. Step on second. Throw to first is in time to get her. And Concordia St. Paul, just like that, ends the St. Cloud threat. So 2 left on the double play, and Estrada just not fast enough to get there to first. So 2 runners left on 1 hit, or excuse me, on 2 hits, no errors in that inning, and it's still 1-0 Concordia St. Paul.
Yeah, Estrada not enough legs to get to beat that one out. That's your end result. The double play from St. Paul, as their defense has been showing a lot lately. They are just significant at being able to turn those ground balls. We talked about their double play efficiency in the pregame a little bit, about where they rank in the NCAA, and it kind of goes to show there. Obviously, that was a slow roller to pretty much second base itself, so that's as easy as it gets when you're trying to turn a double play.
Yeah, and if you're St. Cloud, you can't be exactly too happy with how that inning ended. You look like you might have had an opportunity to tie up this game, and all of a sudden, you're putting this Concordia team who, once again, had 2 hits in their last inning and got a run, and their first hit was a double. So they're going to be a little pumped up, but hopefully St. Cloud's just able to move past that. Hopefully Eichhoff's able to pitch past that and then go back to the second inning, or the bottom of the second inning, and St. Cloud can get some runs.
Moving off the top of the second for Concordia St. Paul, the second baseman, number 2, Sydney Pelzer.
Eichhoff hoping to get a better start to the second inning than the first, but yeah, you mentioned it. Huskies, not a bad start to their game after that first inning. They got a couple significant hits, not able to obviously get the run through, but definitely a better start to their game than the first game where they had a couple of quiet innings.
Sydney Pelzer up to bat for Concordia St. Paul, and the first pitch from Eichhoff, the wind and the deal. That one is low for a ball.
Just missing on the inside corner there.
Pretty nice day besides the wind here in St. Joseph. The 1-0. That one's high for ball 2, 2-0. Eichhoff didn't really have to do a lot in her game on Thursday. Moorhead, no offense to them at all, but they just did not look absolutely great out there. I was on the call for that. They didn't look like they really wanted to be there, if that makes any sense, after that first game and that drumming that they got from St. Cloud State. But she pitched pretty well, and the game ended after 5 innings. The 2-1 on its way, as that one is fouled all the way back. That's our first foul back of this one. We had a couple of them in the last game. It's 2-2. I don't know if you're going to be the designated person that's going to tell me which car the foul balls hit on this one. But
no, I can't turn my neck that far, unfortunately.
As the 2-2 misses just outside, it's a full count.
Yeah, very close call there for that one. That one just missing on the outside paint there.
Just survive and adjust if you are Emma Eichhoff. The payoff pitch on its way from Eichhoff is swung on, hit towards left center field. This is going to be extra bases as well. Fielding and throwing to second in the meantime is St. Cloud. And off the bat, it's Sydney Pelzer with a leadoff double. So back-to-back leadoff doubles and back-to-back innings for Concordia St. Paul. And the Golden Bears are in business.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boland's had to chase a couple so far early on in this one. And, yeah, definitely not the start you want if you're St. Cloud State. You don't want your outfielders chasing down too many too early here, because that's, 3 hits and all pretty much gone over the outfielders' heads in this one. So they're hitting the deep balls.
3 hits, 3 extra base hits for Concordia St. Paul, and it's still 1-0, runner at second, and now the batter, of course, is J.C. DeFries, the first baseman. First pitch to her is on its way. It's in there for a strike.
Good location there by Eichhoff to get things rolling the right direction in this at-bat for St. Cloud State. Obviously, runner on second with nobody out.
The 0-1 on its way from Emma Eichhoff. Swung on, little dribbler towards second. Throw to first will be in time to retire the batter.
Good cannon there from Van
Langenberg.
Langenberg.
Taylor Griffin.
Had a lot of speed on that one, and you don't want to take your time with any of those plays, because some of these players for Concordia St. Paul have speed to get to advance a base, if you will. So good play there by Van Langenberg.
And that'll bring up Taylor Griffin, the shortstop for this Concordia St. Paul squad. First pitch to her on the way from Eichhoff. That's in there for a strike. And if St. Cloud can get out of this inning without allowing any damage off for the leadoff double, you got to be pretty happy with yourselves. The 0-1 on its way from Eichhoff. Swung on, hit in the air. Coming in, or coming out, I guess I should say, and making the play is Lydia Kruger.
Left fielder number 7, Cam Wienbus.
So it was a very difficult, or very weird play. Pinkowski came in from center to try to make the play, and then Kruger kind of shielded her off and made the play herself. So that's the second out of the inning. And now we're back to the 9-hole hitter, Cam Wienbus.
Yeah, good job by Kruger going out and stretching out to go get that one.
And the first pitch on its way. That one's in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. We already have almost as many hits as we had the last game, and it's only the second inning.
Yeah, we're both these teams firing on all cylinders early on in this one.
That one just misses outside. It's 1-1.
Ooh, a little bit of a stretch on that one, but yeah, 1-1 is the count. 2 outs. 1-0 is our score. Concordia St. Paul up early with a runner on second.
Yep. Here's the 1-1. That one's in there for a strike as well. It's 1-2. So nice job by Eichhoff so far, working around the leadoff double. Hopefully she's able to get a swinging and a miss, or a look and a strikeout, or at least any sort of out, I guess, if you're going to keep it that way. The 1-2 on its way from Emma Eichhoff. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the top half of the second inning. So for Concordia St. Paul, no runs on one hit, no errors,
One runner left on base
and one left on base. So St. Cloud comes up to bat in the second inning with Holly Weinberger, Sophie Kulane, and Alexandra Pinkowski. So call that 5, 6, 7 to go up for St. Cloud in this half of the inning. And great job by Emma Eichhoff to work around the leadoff double. Definitely take that if you're the Huskies.
Yeah, St. Cloud State looking to get things rolling and maybe get things tied up here in the bottom half of the second inning, but Christy Pill's doing a good job of kind of maintaining that composure from the circle here, as she was able to stave off any chance that St. Cloud State had in the bottom half of the first inning. So we'll see how
Minot the second for Huskies, right fielder number 7, Holly Weinberger.
How her control is in this bottom half of the second inning. And
I will say that in my time covering the Squad A, I'm a big fan of their walkout music choices. Some Ice Cube thrown in there, a little bit of a couple of throwbacks. Of course, the song that's playing right now, so there's some Michael Bublé in there as well.
Got to mix it up a little bit to get the blood flowing. But yeah, coming up to the plate here is Weinberger.
First pitch on the way to her is outside. I got a question for you, Josh. If you played organized baseball or softball, what would your walkout song be?
That's a tough call. I honestly couldn't, off the top of my head.
That one misses outside. It's 2-0.
Probably Smells Like Teen Spirit would have to be my choice.
Yeah,
I think get the blood flowing.
Yeah, I think I'd go "Carry On Wayward Son" by Kansas. It's a really good song.
Interesting choice there.
Especially the guitar solos. That one is poked towards short, ranging and throwing to first in time is the shortstop for Concordia St. Paul, Taylor Griffin. And now Sophie Colhane will come up to bat. Now this is a song that I have never heard in my life.
Yeah, the first baseman Sophie Colhane subbed in the first game. It will start this one.
She takes a pitch outside. That looked like it was in there to me, but I'm not going to complain, of course. We are St. Cloud-owned broadcasters.
Sophie Colhane, able to get an RBI and a hit last game, and I think that was kind of the spark to sub her in for Maggie Fitzgerald in game 2.
So that one is in there for a strike, just catching the inside corner. One ball, one strike, one out here in the bottom of the second inning. The 1-1 on its way, to Sophie Colhane. That one skids in there. It's a ball. It's 2-1.
And that one getting down in the front of the box there here in the turf fields here at the sports complex.
Here on this Saturday afternoon. A 2-1 on its way. Swung on, hit towards third. Nice gloving play. Throw to first is in time. Nice play by Grace Beesman.
Center fielder, number 12, Alexandra Pinkowski.
Beesman, the third baseman. That's try saying that 5 times fast. And now Alexandra Pinkowski will step up to bat.
Nonetheless, yeah, St. Cloud State getting contact. I think that's the one takeaway I have for you, Alex, so far in the first 2 innings is Huskies able to get kind of some contact here early on, something they weren't able to do a whole lot in the pitcher's duel that was game 1.
Pitch to Pinkowski is in there for a strike at the knees. No balls, 1 strike to the St. Cloud center fielder. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2. Here in a little bit, we'll go ahead and give you what's up on the docket for St. Cloud Athletics, and especially what's going to be on our KVSC stations here in the next couple of weeks. I know we got some baseball coming up tomorrow.
Indeed we do.
That one smoked to third, making the play and throwing to first not in time off of the stretch. There's a nice stretch there by the first baseman, J.C. DeFries, but nonetheless, Pinkowski was able to get there and beat the ball there. But Grace Beesman I think it bounced off of her shin or something, and it bounced between her legs, and it just gave her a little bit of a split second to not be able to field that one. And the first pitch on its way to Lydia Kruger is low, and it gets past the catcher Parsons, and advancing to second is Pinkowski. And that forces the umpire, of course, to move from first base to the third base line. So 1 ball, no strikes to the second baseman for St. Cloud. Pitch to her is off speed, and it misses outside. It's 1-1. So this umpire has an inside strike zone, and the last umpire had an outside strike zone. So we're at the big neutral right now, as that one is in there for a strike. It's 2-1, excuse me.
Yeah, the Huskies and Concordia St. Paul definitely facing a variety of instances where kind of a different strike zone, it seems like, inning to inning. But
yeah, and that ball is lined to left field for a base hit, and the run's going to score off of the RBI single by Lydia Kruger. Pinkowski comes home, and now Brooke Bolin will come up to bat. Nice piece of hitting there for Kruger, and we're tied at 1, excuse me.
Yeah, good job by the Huskies there to finally get things going, get the tying run in. Pinkowski coming in for St. Cloud State. Good job there for the Huskies, as 1-1 is our score.
The 6th RBI on the season for Lydia Kruger. Squeeze attempt, but it's fouled back.
Yeah, you mentioned upcoming schedule for St. Cloud State Athletics, especially the baseball team more specifically, is they face off against Concordia St. Paul as well. Joey Erickson, Sam Getzinger will be on the call for that tomorrow. Doubleheader from, I believe, down in St. Paul.
The 0-1 pitch line back to the pitcher, and throwing to first in time is Christy Pills, and that'll end the inning. But St. Cloud gets 1 run on 1 hit, but the one error, which is a very tough error that they're going to credit to the third baseman, Grace Beesman. But nonetheless, St. Cloud's able to tie the game off of the RBI single by Lydia Kruger.
Yeah, good job there by St. Cloud State, taking advantage of a couple mistakes for Concordia St. Paul in that bottom half of the second inning. And 1-1 is our score through 2. Is Eichhoff, is probably feeling a little bit more comfortable now that her team's able to climb back into a down 1 and able to knot things up at 1, going into this top half of the third. So good job by St. Cloud State being able to kind of bail out Eichhoff in that first couple innings.
Clara Heisland.
Couple of scoring updates from around the world of baseball. Mariners lead the Twins 2-1. Cardinals lead the Pirates 5-2. Blue Jays lead the Rangers 3-2. Phillies up on the A's 2-0. Red Sox up on the Yankees 2-0. And the Cubs up on the Brewers 7-0. That's your little bit of a score rundown from around the world of sports right now. I know there's hockey on this evening. That pitch is lined towards left field, but it's foul. That one almost went into the dugout. Exactly, I'm not sure if it did or not. Hopefully everybody's okay if it did.
And Clara Heisland doing a fantastic job for Concordia St. Paul in Game 1, and we've already seen her kind of become effective both offensively and defensively in Game 2 here at in St. Joe.
Yeah, she had the leadoff double and then scored the go-ahead run for CSP in this ball game.
Very, very deep drive to center field in that first inning.
1-1 on its way, just misses outside. It's 2-1.
Both these teams able to get that deep ball so far in effectively, especially Concordia St. Paul. Of course, that last run coming off of an error by Concordia St. Paul.
2-1, smashed foul once again. It's 2-2. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little bit of heat on the back of my head right now. I think the sun's starting to peek out a bit.
Starting to get a little warm out here in St. Joe. It's nice to have the fields and such out here where it's not too bad as far as the weather goes. So definitely starting to kind of warm up a little bit. Still a little chilly as to be expected here in early stages of April, but good to have some softball action this evening as well. So whether you're in a dome or outside.
That one just misses outside. Wow, that was very, very close. Trees thought it was a strike. Everybody else thought it was a strike as well, so the count's full.
I don't think I've seen a crowd get that rowdy over a missed call like that. That was a tough call.
At least not today, as that one is hit in the air towards right center field. Shielding and making the play is Kruger for the first out of the inning.
Designated player number 3, Hallie Bemmels.
And now Bemmels will come up to bat. Funny story about sunlight and turf, just because I'm reminded of it. So back in my high school in Lincoln, we had a turf football field. We were the only city in, or the only school in Lincoln that had our own football field. And whenever it was like 20 degrees and sunny out, the rubber absorbs the sunlight so well. So if it's 20 degrees, we would always go out there and just lay down on the football field with it's like 6 or 7 of us who would go down to the field and play football during our lunch breaks. But yeah, it was always a lot of fun to hang out with those. You kind of miss those days when you're in college, but you also kind of don't, because you're like, oh my goodness, thank gosh, I'm not in high school anymore.
Yeah, the sun probably feeling good for these Huskies out there that are probably fighting through the cool weather conditions we have out here, but so far so good. I mean, hasn't affected their performance so far, as they've been able to have a pretty tight-knit battle with Concordia St. Paul, both in game 1, and so far here in game 2 is 1-1 is our score through 2.
Ball's 2 strikes in the 0-2, slapped foul. All right, back towards us, I guess I should say.
Eichhoff doing a good job here, able to kind of keep control, and outside of that interesting no call we had a moments ago, she's been able to kind of keep things in the strike zone mostly.
0-2 misses inside, and once again the parents and family members in St. Cloud faithful aren't exactly too happy with a couple of the calls that are going on. Peyton Trees asked for an explanation, but it's a 1-2 count now.
Yeah, not getting a whole lot from, not a lot of help from the ump today is Eichhoff, and this is starting to make things interesting with the strike zone and how things are called, but nonetheless, another foul back to the netting here.
Yeah. It's hard to believe that sometimes back in like the early 1900s that there was no netting behind home plate. So if it's a foul ball, it's coming right back at you.
That's why you bring a glove to the ballpark. So it makes it that much more fun.
I do wonder when the bringing ball gloves to the ballpark kind of became a mainstream thing to do. The 1-2. That one rides inside. It's 2-2. That one was a little more inside than the last one that wasn't called. So I respect that one not being called.
Good take there by Bemmels to get out of the way of that one.
I think maybe when Babe Ruth kind of became the main baseball player, maybe he brought a glove to the ballpark, because that one is low and outside. Excuse me. Count rights full, because you know he hit all those home runs when he played baseball, and you know all those kids would sit in the outfield. They'd go run and grab it at the old Yankee Stadium, but you never know. Baseball gloves were still pretty expensive back then as well. It's a lot of leather. 3-2 slap towards third base. Shielding, throwing to first, not in time. Was Vanden Langenberg, so that's an infield single, and that will bring up the third baseman, Grace Beesman.
Starting to see the speed and how this kind of turf affects it. We saw last at bat, I believe it was Clara Heisland, who pretty much had a good contact on the ball, and she made it on a pop out all the way to second by the time the ball even landed in the glove. So definitely this turf helps with traction.
That fastball's in there for a strike. And then you think about those.
Excuse me, not to cut you off. Hallie Bemmels, they're able to get to first relatively quickly. This team does have speed, but I think the turf kind of expedites that speed just a little bit more.
Yeah, that pitch is in there for a strike, just catching the outside corner. You think about those 2 balls that were called balls, but could have been strikes now. And you have a runner at first, so if there's still only 1 out, so if this comes back to bite St. Cloud, I'm sure they probably won't be too happy with how this game has been called, as that pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3, and that's the second out of the inning. And that will bring up Amanda Parsons, the catcher.
Good job here by Eichhoff there.
Parsons.
Getting the second out of this inning, and what's been an interesting inning so far. It's been kind of a stretch for her, but trying to work through it.
Pitch on its way, just catches the outside corner once again. Did you ever, did you play sports in high school?
I did. I didn't make any varsity teams, but I definitely did play sports, baseball and Played a little bit of softball early on in my life, but definitely switched over to baseball.
Yeah, that one just misses the outside
Baseball and
corner.
basketball is more of my forte, so this is why I'm enjoying the time at the ballpark when I can, because it's definitely fun to watch, especially these girls this talented. These teams are so good. It's been a good matchup to watch, both in game one and so far today. These two teams are just really, really just a blast to kind of watch play, as both pitching and hitting have been kind of a theme through the first inning and change, or first game and change of this one.
Yeah, the 1-1 was fouled back, and now the 1-2 being delivered is swung on and hit foul once again. Nice play by Kulane to catch that one off of the netting. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at first for Eichhoff to try to deliver the send them to the dugout pitch. And that pitch on its way. Swung on, hit towards right center field. That's going to be a base hit. I believe a run's going to score off of this as well. And in fact, there's no doubt a run's going to score. This is going to be a triple, I believe. Throw to third is not in time, and it's a sliding triple for number 8, the catcher, Amanda Parsons, and it's a 2-1 Concordia St. Paul lead.
Yeah, we talked about Parsons and her effectiveness with when she does get contact, and we saw it right there. Easy triple there. I shouldn't say easy. She slid, but that was as far as you can hit it. And these Golden Bears are getting solidified contact on the ball here today, as nothing has really fallen short of the outfielders. It's all kind of just been the deep ball, and that's kind of how you just have to kind of expect it now if you're the Huskies defense, and shifting maybe a little bit deeper, because they're as deep as you can really get as far as the safety net right now.
And Josh, this is where you take into consideration the strikeout that didn't really exactly happen a couple of batters ago, where we would be in the dugouts already and St. Cloud would be up to bat if it was called a strike.
Yeah, it's the what-if factor of this one for sure.
That one smacked towards third, ranging and throwing to first in time for the third out on the exact next pitch. It was a little bit of a dribbler, but St. Cloud's able to field it fairly easily with Haley McFarland, and that ends the top half of the third inning.
Yeah, good job by the Huskies to limit the damage there to just 1 run, as they did have Parsons coming in from third on that one, but good job there, is just able to barely get the runner out at first. Alexis Houston there trying to make things work for Concordia, I should say. And yeah, 2-1's our score through 2.5 of play. See if Pills can make something happen for Concordia St. Paul. Work through, stave off another offensive performance from St. Cloud in this bottom half of the inning.
You know, that's hopefully St. Cloud's able to tie this up. I mean, they tied it up once already. It shouldn't be too difficult to do it again.
Yep.
We're back to, I believe, the top of the order, though, with Vanden Langenberg, so that should help St. Cloud get a little bit going. Starting
Leading up on the third for your Huskies, the shortstop, number 11, Raven Vanden Langenberg.
The first inning started well for the Huskies, but then they just grounded into that double play.
The Huskies actually didn't get a whole lot from their first couple batters in the first game, so it was mostly, Sydney Trees and Jasmine Estrada getting things going, as well as Holly Weinberger. So looking to maybe answer back in the second game are the duo of Vanden Langenberg as well as Haley McFarland, and try and get things going offensively for the Huskies.
Pitch to Raven Vanden Langenberg is in there for a strike. 2.5 innings through this ball game. The 0-1 on its way from Pills. Popped up on the infield. This should be a relatively easy play. The second baseman comes in and makes the play.
Third baseman,
that's
number
Sydney
6,
Pelzer.
Haley McFarland.
And now McFarland, who ended that last inning, will go ahead and try to get something going for this Husky squad in this inning. Here's the aforementioned Ice Cube song from earlier.
Haley McFarland, one of many seniors on this squad, and representing the leadership that is this Husky squad. A lot of seniority kind of paving the way for a couple of the younger players, especially, Lydia Kruger and others that are on this squad. A little bit older team for the most part, though, is you have 2 juniors and I believe 6 seniors for the most part.
1 ball, 1 strike. The count to McFarland. Here's the 1-1. That one's low. It's 2-1.
Yeah, only 2 freshmen on St. Cloud State, Maggie Fitzgerald as well as Madison Spa. So it's mostly an experienced group here at St. Cloud State.
Here's the 2-1. That one in there for a strike. 2-2. Once again, St. Cloud faithful not too happy with that strike call. Here's the 2-2 on its way. That's in there for strike 3 called. That's the second out of the inning.
13, Sydney Trees.
And now Sydney Trees comes up to bat, excuse me.
See what Sydney can provide for the Huskies offense. 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning.
Pitch on its way to Trees. High, 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes the count to the St. Cloud catcher. Here's the 1-0 on its way. Trees hits one towards third. Nice gloving play by Beesman. She throws to first, tags her in time to, or tags her, excuse me. So it's not, doesn't matter if it's in time or not, she tags her, so that ends the inning. So St. Cloud goes very quietly in the 3rd inning, 1-2-3, and that does it for the 3rd inning. So we go to the 4th for Concordia St. Paul.
Yeah, Concordia St. Paul coming up here, maybe trying to add some more insurance onto what they had in the last inning, and taking a look at the lineup. I believe it's Sydney Pelzer and DeVries and Griffin starting things off.
Kylie Thompson.
We have a pitching change, I believe, for St. Cloud State.
That is correct. Kylie Thompson steps in for St. Cloud State. I'll get her numbers here in a second. 4.27, 0-2 record, 12 appearances. So pretty experienced pitcher this season for the Huskies, but doesn't exactly have the best numbers.
Yeah, 5th-year senior for St. Cloud State. She's been pretty okay so far, but definitely providing some relief to Emma Eichhoff here in inning number 4. We'll see if she can change things, change the fate of the Huskies here in the next few innings, and maybe help spark some change in the offense as well for St. Cloud State. But
number 2, Sydney Pelzer.
Yep, Sydney Pelzer up to bat for Concordia St. Paul.
And Pelzer 0 for 3 in game number 1 today. As we mentioned, not a lot of offense through the first game, as right now we are pretty much sitting at what we had in game 1, where it's 5 apiece. St. Cloud State, however, had the 5 hits, where 3 was number for Concordia.
And that one in there for a strike. Thompson, the 5th-year senior for the Huskies.
5-3 is the hit column right now in favor of Concordia St. Paul, so definitely a different game than game 1.
That one smacked up the middle and through for a base hit. Grounding first, taking a big turn, but staying at first is Sydney Pelzer, and the lead runner is on once again.
Number 10, JC DeVries.
A little bit of a close behind the bag play there to try to tag her out off of a little bit of trying to catch her sleeping, but to no avail.
Yeah, got to catch them off guard when you can, but nothing happening there. Is Concordia St. Paul getting the early runner on here.
Now J.C. DeFries up to bat, the first baseman. Here's the pitch. That one's in there for a strike. So 6 hits to St. Cloud's 3 for Concordia St. Paul, but they have committed the 1 error. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, hit towards right center field, making the play out there in right is Holly Weinberger for the first out of the inning.
Good job there.
Taylor Griffin.
Good job there by Weinberger tracking that one down, as it has not happened a whole lot for this Huskies team with the deep ball, as she's able to track this one and keep things at bay for Concordia St. Paul here in inning number 4.
And now up to bat is Taylor Griffin, the shortstop. Pitch on its way. Swung on and missed. Strike one, or foul tip caught, I guess I should rather say. It's 0-1. Griffin likes to crowd the strike zone a bit. She likes to stand a little close to that chalk as that pitch is inside for a ball. It's 1-1. One ball, one strike, one out, runner at first. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike two, 1-2.
Yeah, able to get Griffin to chase the high heat and away there, and yeah, 1-2 is our count.
1-2 on its way from Thompson. Swung on and missed. High heat. That's the second out of the inning.
Number 7, Cam Vibas.
Reared back and fired that fastball high.
Good pitch there from St. Cloud State. Good pitching overall in this inning so far, as Thompson able to get the first, or get out number 2.
That pitch misses inside, or it's actually in there for a strike, excuse me. Cam Veenbos, the batter for Concordia St. Paul, the 9-hole hitter, and the left fielder for this CSP team. No balls, one strike. The pitch swung on. This should be a playable play, and it is. Put away for the third out of the inning. So no runs on one hit, no errors, one runner left on base for Concordia St. Paul in their half of the 4th inning. So we're a little more than halfway through this one. It's 2-1 in favor of Concordia St. Paul. This game feels like it's moved a little bit faster than the first one.
Yeah, definitely getting up and down innings, 3 up, 3 down innings, excuse me, so far in this one. 2-1's our score, 6-3 in favor of Concordia for hits, and yet we're still already kind of in the bottom half of the 4th, like you mentioned. This one's kind of breezing by for the most part. I think both teams kind of just making quick work of each other, whether it's offensively or if it's defensively. And yeah, here we sit. We're Christy Pills will try and get things on to the next inning for Concordia St. Paul. Still only up by 2-1. Definitely feels like it's a different game in this one. It definitely does not feel like a 2-1 game. But to be honest, that last game did not also feel like it was a close game as well. So definitely a different game altogether, but still same score as last game. This one just seems to move a little bit quicker.
Jasmine Estrada up to bat. It'll be 4-5-6 for St. Cloud State. So for your listening ears, that is Estrada, Weinberger, and Kulane. First pitch to Estrada rides high and in. It's 1-0.
Yeah, the more meaty part of this offense as far as productivity goes, coming up to bat here for St. Cloud State. We'll see if they can capitalize on that.
The 1-0 being winded and fired. That one is in there for a strike on the outside corner. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and missed, strike two, 1-2. A lot of swinging strikes for St. Cloud in this one. Just a lot of swinging strikes for both teams in general. Here's the 1-2 on its way to Estrada. Out and low, so it's 2-2.
Yeah, I think St. Cloud State's starting to realize that a lot of these stretch pitches, if you will, are just kind of, you got to go for them now. You can't just expect them to be called.
That one's poked foul.
Because a lot of them are kind of just close calls, especially the ones on the outside paint there, and it's just a matter of you just got to go for it at this point. You can't let any of those very close, tightly called strikes go by. You have to just kind of maybe bite and try and go for a few of these.
Yeah, the strike zone is usually shaped like a rectangle. It's more like a hexagon today with the outside corners and inside corners. As that pitch is swung on, little dribbler foul. 2-2 still. I don't know if you get my idiom there, but
definitely understand. Yes.
When you're here, it makes a lot more sense than what I'm saying.
Correct. Yeah, it's been an interesting choice of or selection of calls so far in this one.
That pitch is lined towards first, step on first, and that's the first out of the inning.
Right fielder number 7,
and now
Weinberger.
Holly Weinberger will come up to bat, the left-handed. The left-hander, excuse me. It's been a long couple of nights.
There we go. Second game of 2 here at the sports complex.
That one's a little high for a ball. Well, you live in Minneapolis, so you got to drive to St. Cloud and then drive here. So,
indeed, it wasn't too bad of a drive, at least out to St. Joe from St. Cloud State. It's not too. We're not too far from the St. John's campus, but it definitely feels like it's a lot further to St. John's than it is here. So,
yeah,
even though they're still both in St. Joe.
Here's the 2-0. Taken for a strike. It's 2-1.
Good job there by Pills, finding her locations and able to kind of work her way around. But, yeah, 2-1 is our count here.
Here is the 2-1. Swung on, hit in the air towards center field. This should be a relatively routine play, and it is so that for Clara Heisman. And now Sophie Colhane will step in, the first baseman. Yeah, what was that day that we had that windstorm in Minnesota? Was that last week?
It might have been, yeah. It was pretty windy up here. It's been windy up here for about a week now, off and on. It's been kind of nuts.
That pitch is in there for a strike.
Good pitch there by Pills, able to paint the outside there as Colleen will try and get something going for the Huskies down with 2 outs here in this inning.
Midwestern weather is very bipolar. I think I've tended to learn in my 18 or so years of living, as that pitch is high and outside for a 1-1 count. Well, growing up in Nebraska, you don't have exactly as much snow as you guys always have up here. It's not as cold, but it could be 80 and sunny the next day, and then the next day it's like 50 and rainy. As that pitch is smacked foul, and that's a fair ball. Colleen will round first. She's going to stay there with a long single.
Center fielder, number 12, Alexandra Pinkowski.
And Alexandra Pinkowski will step in.
I have to think she may have been able to stretch 2 out of that. I think that was I think she still had enough room where the second baseman there was not placed in a good spot. Pelzer was still pretty deep out there. I think she would have been able to stretch 2, but that's as close down the third baseline as it gets for fair ball.
It might just be one of the situations where you want to keep that runner on just in case, because you don't want to risk an RBI chance just by trying to stretch 1 into 2.
Yeah, the issue the Huskies have with that, though, is they're at the bottom of the order, and they've not been able to stretch a lot of those first base runners into a scoring position throughout today, as that's a pitch out there from Pills there.
Yeah, Pinkowski, I believe she did score the run off of the bat of Brooke Bolin when Bolin had that RBI to make it a 1-1 game, but now we stand 2-1 with a 2-0 count to Pinkowski. Here's the pitch. Swung on, smacked foul once again. Oh, nice play by the third base coach. Look at that. Bounces right off the net, right into his hands.
Huskies looking to get something going here in inning number 4, bottom half of inning number 4.
2 balls, 1 strike the count. Here's the pitch to Pinkowski. That one's low for 3 balls and 1 strike. If she's to reach, it will be Lydia Kruger on deck, the sophomore second baseman. .3-1 on its way. Swung on and smacked towards left field. Advancing to second on the play. It'll be a single for Pinkowski. And now Kruger will be up to bat. That's good solid contact there for the Huskies, though.
Yeah, you said it. Good solid contact there to knock that one out there. And here we are, Huskies runners on first and second here. And sure enough, here comes Lydia Krieger here to try and get things going with 2 outs for St. Cloud State.
We're going to have a meeting on the mound here. So Lydia Krieger has a chance to tie this game. And if she's able to get one over the fence, which I'm pretty sure she is capable of doing. She has 1 home run this season. So she's capable of hitting it over the fence. Will she? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. We have a meeting on the mound. It appears that Pills will stay in this game. But there is a little bit of action over there in the bullpen. Once again, I just got a new prescription on my glasses, so I gotta figure out who it is over there. Give me 2. That is number 9. So
it's the one and only Brianna Olsen in the bullpen for Concordia.
She just
not a good look if you are St. Cloud State. Not somebody you want to face, regardless of how many pitches she threw in game one. Not somebody you want to face in this one.
That pitch, it will ride down, and we're going to have a tie ball game unless there's a play at the plate, but there isn't. It's an RBI single for Lydia Krieger. And Olsen, she might be heading into this game here in a second. Now Brooke Bolin comes into the game with a chance for her second RBI of this game, but for Concordia St. Paul, we're going to have a call to the bullpen. It will be Olsen getting ready to come in. She throws 114 pitches last game, and she's going to come in here in the fourth inning and try to basically finish this game. So she's probably going to end this day with about 180 pitches.
Yeah, potentially. And Krieger 0 for 2 in game one, able to redeem herself and knocking Colhane there to get things tied up for St. Cloud State. And obviously, Christy Pills, not the game you wanted, but Brianna Olsen's going to need some ice and then some, I think, after this one, because very dominant first game, and definitely only allowing 1 run on five hits is not too bad of a game, but pulling her right back into the fire here is Concordia St. Paul. So we'll see how it pans out. With like you said, she had a ton of pitches in that first game. I believe you said it was 114 pitches overall.
Yep. 1.50 ERA on the year for Olsen. This is like watching I don't know if you're that big on TikTok at all, Josh. I'm assuming you probably aren't.
I'm going to have to get on TikTok. I got to promote the softball team here.
Oh, yeah.
Got to put them on TikTok.
Fair enough. Yeah, but there's this sound on there. It's like nobody's scared. And then is that the Grim Reaper? That's what this is, because she's just been mowing down St. Cloud's batting lineup lately.
Yeah, she was a dominant force to watch in game one. We'll see how she does here in game two against a very good hitter in Brooke Bolin.
I think a thing might also be coming to mind here. This is a new strike zone for her to throw at as well, so she has to figure out what it is and adjust to it as well. So 1-0 count off of the ball that was outside. That one is in there for a strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The count to Bolin. The pitch from Olsen, winding and firing. That one's high, it's 2-1. I think with St. Cloud, the infielders for Concordia are shielding in a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if St. Cloud tries to steal a bag here.
Yeah,
if you look down the third baseline.
Bolin looking to slap it down the third baseline, but not getting anything to contact with.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Really surprised that was a strike.
And it's been the outside calls that have killed St. Cloud so far today. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2-2 game here in the bottom of the fourth inning. The pitch on its way to Bolin. Outside once again. So count rides full. If Bolin's able to reach, it will be Vanden Langenberg on deck. Back to the top of the order. Bolin gets the sign from her third base coach. Olsen winds and deals. Catches outside, doesn't really catch anything. The only thing it caught was a lot of turf. So base is loaded for Raven Vanden Langenberg.
And just like that, the Huskies load them up, and you don't want, honestly, you can't ask for much better hitter to come up to the plate with 2 outs for the Huskies than Vanden Langenberg here in number 4.
Pitch on its way to Vanden Langenberg is low. 355 on the year. 17 RBIs, 6 home runs. Chance to maybe get 4 more RBIs on this at bat. Boost it up to 21. I mean, I'm sure she'd be okay with adding it up to 18 as well. As that one misses outside, it's 2-0. Langenberg steps in, sweeps the bat on the turf. Pitch from on its way. That one's outside, 3-0. Now 3 balls, no strikes. You wonder if Vanden Langenberg has the green light here, because you're probably going to get something to hit. Here's the 3-0 on its way. Outside, ball 4, and a run is walked in.
Huskies up 3-2.
Number 6, Haley McFarlane.
And you wonder if fatigue might come into a factor for Olsen, because, she's thrown 114 pitches already today, and then counting those last couple, so that's a full count, plus that's 13 pitches already for Olsen, so that's 127 on the day. as that pitch is high. And stepping in is Haley McFarland, the senior.
Yeah, you can kind of see it on her face. She's kind of looking like she's kind of getting her peak here as far as pitches thrown.
That one's in there for a strike. It's 1-1. That's a good pitch. I think it just caught the outside corner. And by caught the outside corner, I mean that one actually caught the outside corner. It wasn't about a good 2 to 3 inches off the plate. The 1-1 on its way. Way outside. 2-1.
Good take there from for St. Cloud State there.
We got another one going to the bullpen as well for Concordia St. Paul. It's number 15. As in a swing and a miss. And it's 2-2. Number 15 for Concordia St. Paul. I'm trying to find it on my sheet.
Erica McCullough in
there you
the
go.
bullpen there for Concordia St. Paul, looking to maybe give some relief to poor Brianna.
2-2 on its way, swung on and missed, strike 3. So she does the best with her situation, gets the out, only allows 1 run on the walk. But St. Cloud has their first lead of this ball game. 2 runs on 3 hits. No
Brianna Olsen doing a good job of getting them out of the jam when she needed to, and I think that was kind of the role she played in that one, as that was just basically a placeholder to get another arm warmed up in the bullpen, as like you mentioned, Erica McCullough in the warm-up box there down the line here for Concordia St. Paul, and that'll at least give them some breathing room while they go to maybe put their bats to work here in the top half of the 5th inning. But like you said, St. Cloud State 3-2 after 4.
Yeah, it's a lefty in the bullpen as well, so St. Cloud hasn't faced a lefty yet today as well, so it might be a little bit of an adjustment period. But St. Cloud has a lot of power-hitting righties in this lineup, and righties tend to have good numbers against lefties. So it shouldn't be that hard of an adjustment. But once again, I guess we'll just have to wait and see that one. As we're back to the top of the order for Concordia, it's Clara Heisland.
Clara Heisland.
She scored a run in this game, and she has a double.
See if Thompson can get a scoreless inning out of Concordia St. Paul here.
She'll get the sign from Trees. Looks in. She'll wait, wind, and deal. That one is in there for a strike. And I see a member of St. Cloud's athletic media personnel is now here getting some photos, probably for the website. I see him walking around at St. Cloud hockey games a lot. Here's the 0-1. Smack towards center field. This ball's got a chance, and it's gone. We're tied.
Yeah, Heisland, we talked about it. She's been an offensive force so far in this one, and that was no doubt about it. Definitely knocked that one out in a hurry. And, yeah, all tied up at 3 early to get this inning started.
8 home runs on the season for Heisland, who's hitting .330, so I don't think she's not reached yet today as well. So we're back to a tie game. And the momentum, once again, has just changed courses exponentially. And now, up to bat. Hallie Bemmels, excuse me. I have a friend back home whose name is Haley, and she spells it the exact same way, so it's a bunch of weird pronunciations of it that I got to get used to. Here's the first pitch. Bunt down. This is a great bunt. Throw to first. Will be in time.
Good play there by Thompson to
Third
get that one out.
Grace Beesman.
Yep, now Grace Beesman will be up to bat. Excuse me, voice crack there a second. The factor of a good broadcaster is always having a drink of choice on board. For me, it's water. For Blake Tyson, of course, it's Diet Coke. Do you have a choice of drink, or is it just water?
Gotta go H2O.
Yeah.
Nothing cleanse the mouth and throat better than some good old high-quality H2O. Is Concordia St. Paul looking to still put on the pressure, but Thompson looking to get out of this one.
And that ball's hit fairly well towards left center field, reaching for the wall and making the catch. Nice play there in center field by Alexandra Pankowski. There's a couple of good contact balls hit towards center field for Concordia St. Paul.
Pankowski, I think, wasn't sure where she was up against the wall, so she just took a leap for it. But yeah, definitely good play by her, able to pull that one in for St. Cloud State. Is 2 outs here in the top half of the 6th inning. Excuse me, the 5th inning.
Amanda Parsons up to bat for CSP. Pitch on its way. High. I know Mr. Brian Mose has a very weird drink choice. It's mug root beer. I don't know, it's specifically mug, like not Barks, not anything else, just specifically mug. I don't know why that is.
Everybody's got their drink of choice. Whatever gets them the best best results, I guess.
Yeah. So 1-1 on the pitch that just caught the inside corner from Thompson. 3-3, bottom half of the 5th inning, or top half of the 6th, I guess I should rather say. That one smacked towards the gap in right center field. It's going to get down for extra bases. Ranging to her right is Pinkowski. She'll throw to second, but not in time. And now Alexis Houston comes up to bat with a chance to give CSP the lead back.
And right back at it, Amanda Parsons able to knock that one out. Able to get that one deep in the right center field. And, yeah, Concordia St. Paul has a runner on with 2 outs.
And we're going to have a pinch runner, I believe. That is number 46, Rachel Novak.
Saw Novak jump into game 1 for Concordia St. Paul.
So be on the lookout for a bit of a stolen base opportunity then. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for spending your afternoon with us. And we're going to have a pitching change. But yeah, once again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for just, having us on your airwaves. It is Lauren Kirkberg that's going to go on the mound for St. Cloud.
And we saw her come into game 1.
Pitching for Huskies, number 8, Lauren Kirkberg.
She threw 9 pitches.
Yes, threw 9 pitches and was able to at least close things out in the 7th inning of the 2-1 loss Huskies had in game 1 today, and she's back at it here in the top of the 5th inning as Concordia St. Paul getting the tying run early on here is 2 outs with 1 runner on second while she gets her warm-ups in. And yeah, Concordia St. Paul putting on the pressure here in inning number 5, and it's a matter of St. Cloud State being able to find their groove, and it kind of also comes down to pitching, where you're getting a lot of good, solid pitches in here and just not getting all the calls you need when you need them, and kind of has been make or break for some of these pitches for the Huskies. So,
yeah, well, stepping in will be number 6, Alexis Houston, the sophomore right fielder. She's had a pretty good couple of games. Runner at second, in the first pitch getting delivered from Kirkberg as of right now. She will set, wind. And they couldn't get each other on a sign for a second. Now she'll wind and fire, and that off-speed miss is way outside. It's 1-0. Yeah, once again, me and Josh would like to thank you for tuning in to St. Cloud State Softball, presented by the KVSC Sports Stream here on the KVSC Sports Stream, of course. That one misses way outside once again. It's 2-0. We're having fun out here calling some softball. We'll be back at it again tomorrow here on the exact same time, same bat channel. If you watch any of the old Adam West Batman cartoons or shows from back in the 60s and early 70s. Here's the 2-0 on its way from Kirkberg. She gets the sign from Trees, winds and deals, and that one misses way outside again. It's 3-0. Three balls, no strikes. Here's the 3-0 on its way. Outside once again. Ball 4, so that's a walk. So runners at first and second.
Second baseman number 2,
that'll
Sydney
bring up
Pelzer.
Sydney Pelzer, the second baseman.
Huskies have to be careful now, getting not able to control the pitches here in this last at bat. So runner on first and second here.
That's the first pitch that Kirkberg has thrown for a strike in this game. It's 0-1 now. Sun's kind of disappeared a bit in the outfield. Everything's mostly shaded. The 0-1. Smack towards short, throw to first. Dug out very nicely by Sophie Coane. It wasn't a great throw by Vanden Langenberg, but Coane was able to just pick that one up. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. Tied at 3. So 3 runs, 8 hits for Concordia St. Paul.
Yeah, Huskies looking to head into the bottom half of this 5th inning and looking to maybe get things going after Concordia St. Paul getting a Clara Heisland home run to get things rolling in that top half of the 5th. So we'll see how the Huskies answer back here in the bottom of 5.
It will be Olsen back out there to pitch again. She will start off by facing arguably the best hitter on the St. Cloud team in Sydney Trees, at least the best power hitter on this team.
Leading off for the Huskies, the catcher, number 13, Sydney Trees.
I feel like Trees might be due for something here. She's had a pretty quiet afternoon. Going into the bottom of the 5th inning. Sorry about the confusion earlier. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. We're going into the 6th after the Huskies finish their at-bats in this half. First pitch to Trees is in there for a strike. 1 ball, no strike. Or excuse me, no balls, 1 strike, I guess I should say. On the scoreboard, it still says 1 ball, no strikes, but it was a strike. Here's the pitch. Fouled off, so it's 0-2.
Trees getting a piece of that one. We'll see if she can, like you mentioned, she's had kind of a quiet afternoon. We'll see if she can get some offense produced for St. Cloud State and get things going as we're all knotted up at 3 here in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
I think the key for St. Cloud might be just trying to wear down the pitcher. Here's the 0-2. That one misses way outside because she's already thrown so many pitches these last couple of hours. If you keep just making her work, she's bound to get fatigued at some point, you think.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-2.
You don't see
foul back.
Don't see anybody warming up right now unless they're keeping the arms warm in the dugout, so to speak, instead of the bullpen. But yeah, nobody warming up as of yet for Concordia St. Paul. So maybe the reliever, I believe it was.
As Tree strikes out.
Erica McCullough was warming up for Concordia St. Paul.
Player number 18, Jasmine Estrada.
You got to think maybe that was a precautionary measure in case, honestly, in case it was Brianna Olsen getting lit up some more for St. Cloud State. But for the most part, she was able to keep her composure and close out that last inning.
Jasmine Estrada steps up. She floats one towards short, but it's an easy play there for Taylor Griffin, and this is not what St. Cloud wanted. They do not want to go quietly in this inning and just allow Concordia to keep gaining the momentum that they already have.
Yeah, good job for Brianna Olsen there, putting her pitches in the zone, and honestly, the Huskies just a little bit in front of that last pitch there. Estrada was, and here's Weinberger to maybe get things going.
Weinberger takes a strike. Or takes a ball, excuse me. The way that the game's been called, I feel like those outside pitches are always going to be strikes. I get ahead of myself sometimes.
It's tough to tell. It's tough to tell indeed.
The 1-0 pitch on its way. Poke towards third. This will be a relatively easy play. Throw to first in time. And that'll end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. And Olsen only had to throw 8 pitches. So, not exactly a great inning for St. Cloud at all in any sense.
Yeah.
But
yeah, not a good inning for the Huskies. Not the production that you wanted out of your middle of your lineup. But we'll see how they can do in the bottom half of the 6th as we enter the top half of the 6th, and right back at it for St. Cloud State is appears to be Kirkberg once again on from the circle, throwing things for the Huskies.
Yeah, so St. Cloud just got to try to minimize whatever happens in this inning, maybe get 1 run in the bottom of the 6th, then try to get the save in the 7th. But all signs pointing to Concordia maybe coming out strong in this half of the inning, especially with the bats they have coming up. It is 7-8-9, but 7-8-9 have done a lot of damage against St. Cloud today as well.
Leading off the top of the 6th, first baseman, number 10, J.C. DeFries.
J.C. DeFries leads it off for Concordia St. Paul. The right-handed bat. Kirkberg, The pitcher on the mound for St. Cloud State gets ready. She'll step in. She'll get the sign from Trees. Shakes off the first sign, agrees on the second. Here's the pitch. Way low. 1-0.
Tough corner there for DeVries to take, but definitely a good call there to keep that one a ball. It's been an interesting strike zone so far in this one.
There's the 1-ball, no-strike pitch. That one is high. 2-0.
Another one of those pitches where you kind of have seen a little bit of inconsistency with it. Sometimes it's a strike, sometimes it's a ball. That's that exact location, as well as the left inside portion of that strike zone that's been kind of hit or miss.
2-0's way outside, 3-0, and St. Cloud cannot walk here. That would not be very good. To keep it lightly, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you need to kind of keep the offense at bay here on out. 8-6 in hits. Concordia St. Paul up 8-6 in hits, I should say.
That one's way outside, so she walks on 4 pitches. And we've got a pinch hitter coming up for Concordia St. Paul. That's Annalise Skamehorn. On the season for Skamehorn, 320 with 3 RBIs, 8 hits on 25 at-bats. So it appears it'll just be Skamehorn subbing in for Taylor Griffin. Or maybe just pinch hitting for her, because in softball you can just go back out there and play your position.
Correct, and we saw Skamehorn in game 1. I believe she walked in game 1 for that one. So we'll see how things go for, or excuse me, she was hit by a pitch, I should say, in game 1.
Yep, that was the little bit of an argument that St. Cloud had where if she leaned into the pitcher.
Correct.
Skamehorn.
Lauren Kirkberg on the mound, gets the sign from Trees, looks in, winds and fires, and that one's in there for a strike. It's the first strike she's thrown this inning on 5 pitches. We got a pinch runner also over there. That's number 17, Avery Johnson. 0-1 count on its way. Swung on, popped up towards third, nice play. Could have had a chance to throw to first, but not so. So that's the first out of the inning.
Yeah, good play there from McFarland, snagging that one.
Number 7, Cam Veenbos.
And now Cam Veenbos, the left fielder, senior.
One down for St. Cloud State, trying to work their way through a little bit of trouble they have here in the 6th inning.
Now, not to be a bit of a Debbie Downer, but look who's on deck.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something you want to see for St. Cloud State, as just gets from bad to worse. If Heisland's up to bat, it seems like, at least today.
If you're St. Cloud, you probably want a double play here, so Heisland doesn't have anybody on the bags to use, I guess, if that makes any sense.
And you want a more refreshed arm going into maybe the top half of the 7th inning, because as many pitches as she's thrown this inning, it's definitely something you want more of an iced or refreshed arm, I should say, into the top half of the 7th when you're going up against a hitter that's been really, really good so far in both games.
That one's hit. This could be a bit of a play. Trees dives, but she's not able to make it there. 1-2 count. But the thing is, the way that Heisland has been playing today, I don't know if you're really going to stop her from showing her prowess on the scorecard no matter what.
Yeah, good effort though. Though shown by Trees to try and go get that one. Not an easy play to make. So
here's the 1-2. In there, strike 3 call. That might be the first strikeout that St. Cloud's had since either the 2nd or 3rd inning. And now Clara Heisland will come up to bat with a runner at first.
Yeah, it's been a lot of hit or miss for that strike zone, but good take there to seal the deal on that at bat. And here is Clara Heisland.
This might be one of the things where the outfielders do, like the whole kickball thing when you stand up. Can you move back, please? First pitch in there for a strike.
Yeah, correct.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And as I pan over to my left side, I see Brooke Bolin slowly backtracking a little bit in the left field side of things.
Swung on and fouled back by Heisland. It's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first here in the top of the 6th inning here at the St. Benedict's Athletic Complex here in St. Joseph, Minnesota. Alexander Fern, Josh Wheeler here with you. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, little dribbler towards short. This might be a little bit of a tough play. They'll go ahead and flip it to second for the force, and that'll end the top half of the 6th. So no runs,
no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base.
No errors, 1 runner left on. And for St. Cloud State, that's probably the best case scenario. Get Heisland, you don't have to meet her again until maybe the bottom of the 7th if you go through a couple of bases loaded situations.
Yeah.
But, or the top of the 7th, I guess.
Yeah, we will see on that. But for right now, Huskies definitely looking to capitalize on a sore arm in Brianna Olson. So we'll see what happens here in the bottom half of the 6th. And I'm kind of surprised Concordia St. Paul doesn't have anybody warming up in the pen right now to maybe at least get a closing situation. But Olson is also leading in the NSIC in saves as well. So I guess closing out a game is nothing new for her either as far as starting or finishing this one. So we'll see how they do.
First baseman, number 16, Sophie
here in the final inning or so of this one, Huskies looking to get things going as Sophie Colhane comes up. She did have the last run for one of the last runs, I should say, for the Huskies.
Yep, 6, 7, 8 holes up for St. Cloud State in this half of the inning. Here's the first pitch to Colhane. Inside for a ball, it's 1-0. Might have been a little low as well. So it'll be Colhane, Pinkowski, and Krieger. So it's the bottom of the lineup that has done most of the damage for St. Cloud State as Colhane swings through one. It's 1-1.
Indeed, and we didn't see a whole lot from that portion in the first game, but today they've been very effective as far as getting on base.
That one's high. It's 2-1. Scoreboard still has it wrong. It's 2-1, but it's 2-1 in our count. There it goes. Hooray.
2-1 count coming up.
Here's the 2-1 on its way. Swung on and missed. It's 2-2. 3 runs on 8 hits, 1 error from Concordia St. Paul so far. For St. Cloud, 3 runs on 6 hits, no errors. So very evenly played series so far in these 2 games. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, little dribbler. Nice play on the hop, throw to first in time. Together, that's a beauty of a play by the shortstop, Taylor Griffin. Now Pinkowski steps in, the righty-righty matchup. First pitch on its way from Olson. Here it is, taken in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Not a bad take there from Pinkowski.
Here's the 0-1 on its way as well. Swung on and missed. Nice off-speed pitch there from Olson. Once again, me and Josh will be on the call again tomorrow from Selke or the Husky Dome. No matter what, we're playing a game tomorrow. That's all that matters.
Playing 2 games tomorrow.
Playing 2. As famous Mr. Cub Ernie Banks always said, let's play 2. That was his big catchphrase when he was a Chicago Cub. Once again, back in the day, they didn't have lights at Wrigley, so they always played their games at 11 and they'd play at 3. That one's low for a ball. It's 2-2. That's where that whole let's play #Let'sPlay2 thing came from Mr. Ernie Banks and the Cubs. I think they got it plastered in the tunnel or the locker rooms in St. Cloud as that pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3 for the second out of the inning.
Second baseman, number 21, Lydia Krieger.
Krieger coming up to bat here for the Huskies as 2 outs, 2 down here in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
First pitch on its way from Olson. Swung on and missed for strike 1 to Lydia Krieger. Sophomore second baseman. It'll be 9. Well, if she's able to reach it, it'll be Brooke Bolin on after her. Then we go back to the top of the order. That pitch is low for a ball. It's 1-1. And you don't really want to say this, but for Bolin, you don't want to have her come up too because she's had a pretty good game so far as well. She's the 9-hole hitter.
Yeah, she's been very effective, and you don't always see a whole lot from you seldomly see a whole lot of effectiveness from your 9 spots, but definitely Bolin is one of those rarities that you're able to produce offensively for this Huskies squad. So
that pitch was insides and a strike, so it's 1-2, and that pitch I believe hits her. So, or what happened? Yeah, that hit her. So that's a hit by pitch, and Brooke Bolin will come up to bat.
Left field, number 23, Brooke Bolin.
And now Concordia St. Paul's going to be a little confused for the first time tonight. A hitter on the hand.
Looks to be a bit confusion. I think CSP wants an explanation of why that was a hit by pitch.
They're going to go ahead and talk about it just to be sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it hurt her because Krieger is shaking her hand at first base. So I'm gonna give her the benefit of a doubt, or they're gonna call her back. And now St. Cloud's gonna have a word with it. So either it hit the bat or I don't know.
Hit the hand here, and we'll have a pause in play as the Huskies are trying to figure out what the situation is. First-year coach Mitch Roberts talking it over with
the home plate umpire. St. Cloud faithful once again not happy with it. So we'll have to change the count once again. Go back to a 1-2 count to Lydia Krieger. How much would she like to hit a bomb here? Here's the 1-2 on its way. That one's low, 2-2. Make them wish it would have been a hit by pitch.
Yeah. See what happens out of this one is a interesting debacle there, but nonetheless.
Here's 2-2. Swung on, hit up the middle. Bounces off. That's going to be an error. So no matter what, she's able to reach first anyway.
Good answer back there from Krieger. So we'll have a substitution forthcoming here. Looks to be
pitching for the Huskies, number 28,
Gabrielle Nelson.
Gabby Nelson.
Gabby Nelson, as appropriately named. But yeah, Gabby Nelson coming in for, I believe it was Brooke Bolin.
So on the year, let me if I can grab the stat real quick. Nelson 118 on the year and 17 at-bats with 2 hits. Thing is, with those 2 hits, she hasn't exactly done a lot with them. They've both been singles. Here's the pitch. That one is in there for a strike, catches the outside, or it misses outside. I'm so confused with how these games have been umpired that it sometimes just
gets a little bit clunky. But yeah, definitely Gabby Nelson looking to maybe get, as you mentioned, she's gotten a couple singles, but I think St. Cloud State will take a single.
Yeah,
here definitely. So
that ball missed somewhere apparently, so
yeah,
it's 2-0.
Definitely not sure where it was missed. I was waiting for the arm to go up.
That one swung on a missed high fastball, 2-1. Yeah, I'm not sure where that 1-0 pitch missed. It looked like it was going right down the middle, but you know, our depth perception's a little bit messed up from our high vantage point.
Indeed.
Here's the 2-1 on its way. In there for a strike. 2-1.
2-2 count here, 2 outs, 1 on for St. Cloud State. Brianna Olsen still from the circle here, firing away.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And that'll end the inning. So we go to the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits, 1 error in this half of the inning. And for Concordia St. Paul, it'll be 2-3-4. So Hallie Bemmels, Grace Beesman, and Amanda Parsons will come up to bat for Concordia St. Paul, and back out there for another inning of work is Lauren Kirkberg. It's a huge inning for St. Cloud. If you can get out of this unscathed, you've got the top of your order coming up with Vanden Langenberg, Haley McFarland, and Sydney Trees with a tie game. You like those odds.
We will see how they can answer back here. Top of 7, Concordia St. Paul coming up to maybe get an added run on this one, and see how this one ends up here as we're still knotted up at 3 going into inning number 7.
Pinch hitting for Concordia, number 27.
We're going to have a pitch
Emma
hitter.
Lero.
Number 27, that is Emma Lero. Number 27, Emma Lero, 333 on the season, 27 at-bats, 4 RBIs. Big power bat. She has the same batting stance as Ronald Acuna, or Ozzie Albies. I don't know if you're a big Atlanta Braves guy, but she has the exact same stance as Ozzie Albies.
I'll leave that one with you, Fern. I honestly only watched the Twins, so
yeah,
nonetheless, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, she pops that one out, up and out. I'll show you after this game who she stands like. It's the exact same stance as Ozzie Albies. I don't know why that's exactly what occurs to me in this moment, but that's the first out of the inning anyway.
Nonetheless, 1 out in this top half of the 7th as we are all knotted up still at 3. Still 2 errors on the board for Concordia St. Paul in this one, though.
Grace Beesman up to bat. She'll take a strike, 0-1.
Couple costly errors, I should say.
Yeah. Well, that first one led to a run back in I think that was the 3rd inning.
And that second one definitely was close to being a run because had the hot bats coming up, as we do actually have the hot bats coming up in the top, the bottom half of the 7th inning. So Huskies maybe looking to get their offense for seemingly the first time from that group.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That one rides inside for a strike. Nice pitch there by Lauren Kirkberg.
Good location from Kirkberg there, trying to get the inside paint there.
1-2 the count. Here's the pitch on its way from Lauren Kirkberg. Swung on, hit on a line towards left center field. That has extra bases written all over it. Advancing to second on the play is Grace Beesman, and with 1 out, Concordia St. Paul's in business.
Amanda Parsons.
And now Amanda Parsons comes up to bat.
Just like that, Concordia St. Paul with 1 out has 1 on. Here comes Parsons, another player that's been really effective on the offensive side of things for Concordia St. Paul.
And they're going to intentionally walk her to maybe set up a double play opportunity. And that will end up bringing up Alexis Houston, excuse me. That's one thing I don't understand in the sport is, intentional walk. Why do you have to throw the pitches if you're just going to walk the guy and put him on first?
Sometimes you got to do it.
I guess it
nonetheless, it might prove effective for them getting that double play opportunity, as you talked about.
You don't have to do it in Major League Baseball anymore. You used to have to throw all 4 pitches, but now you can just give the intentional pass anyway.
Correct.
But I don't know. It's one of those rules that, I'm fine with, but I don't know. But Alexis Houston will step up.
Houston stepping up to the box here is kind of look how her first game went. Not a whole lot happening with Houston in game number 1, but she's been pretty okay so far in game number 2 for Concordia St. Paul.
Anything to the outfield will probably score, and there's going to be a passed ball, but nobody advances.
Not sure what she was seeing in that one. She was able to swing and miss at that one, but the high heat maybe caught her off guard and definitely went for it and missed.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody advanced any bases on that. That would have been huge for CSP.
I think it's with that turf. It's got a lot of bounce to it.
0-1 pitch just gets in there for a strike. It's 0-2. This is where the St. Cloud fans are like, oh, this ump's doing a great job in this inning.
Yeah, it's kind of the suspense factor, too. He kind of waits a minute to throw his arm up. But, yeah, it's able to get the corner calls here.
0-2.
Good frame, good frame, outside. Good frame there by Trees to get that one, at least trying to pull that one into the strike zone, at least try and get a call there, but nothing happening.
Yeah, Kirkberg was smiling after that one, so the count's 1-2. Pitch on its way from Lauren Kirkberg. Swung on, hit in the air towards right field, but foul. One ball, 2 strikes. Still 1 out here in the top half of the 7th inning. Concordia St. Paul and St. Cloud State tied at 3. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, popped up behind us.
Popped up. That'll land up here on the roof here. at the St. Ben's Sports Complex. 1-2 will be our count with 1 out.
Ball still rolling, heading towards a Chevy Tahoe. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good little battle we got here. Here's the pitch on its way. Swung on, smacked, foul.
Got a little bit out in front of that one. Did Houston there.
If Houston's to reach without giving up a double play, it'll be Sydney Pelzer up next. The second baseman, freshman. Here's the 1-2. Misses outside, 2-2.
Good job by Trees there, getting all over that one. Had to think maybe potentially Grace Beesman was going to try and advance, but nothing happening on second base there. Is 2-2 is our count.
I think anything in the outfield might score 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the payoff pitch. Just misses inside. That's a hit by pitch. Oh, she's calling her back. That's the same thing that happened for St. Cloud last inning, and now the Concordia St. Paul coach is not agreeing with it. So yeah, that's one of those things that you can never get people happy with.
Yeah, a lot of hostility here at the sports complex. As a lot of Husky fans were, I think, ready to climb the netting here. That one was going to be allowed, but
swung on, hit in the air towards right center field. It will get down for a base hit. Concordia St. Paul is going to take the lead. They're going to throw to second and get her out, though. Did the run score in time? It did. It's the second out of the inning, no matter what. Is Vanden Langenberg okay, though? She got slid into. So that will be the second out of the inning. So that's a big out, but Concordia St. Paul still does take the lead 4-3 here in the 7th.
Yeah, tough out there to take, but yeah, it's 4-3. Concordia St. Paul pulls ahead.
Now coming up to bat once again, Sydney Pelzer.
Just a weird turn of events there with the hit by the false hit by pitch call, and then of course the pop fly out to center there.
If there was 2 outs in that inning and they tagged her out at second, I don't think the run would have counted because she hadn't crossed home plate by that time. But I mean, that's also another hypothetical thing.
Correct.
Pitch on its way is low.
Good play there by Vanden Langenberg. Great job getting down and dirty, so to speak, with that one, and able to get the second out at least.
Yep. That's always a good thing. 1 ball,
Concordia
no
St.
strikes.
Paul with the runner on third here.
That one is a strike. It's 1-1. It's a late strike call. Very late strike call, I guess I should say. Once again, me and Josh on the call again tomorrow. St. Cloud State doubleheader against Minnesota State Mankato. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That one's in there for a strike. It's 1-2.
Good location there by St. Cloud State. Kirkberg able to place that one on the outside.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on, fouled.
1-2 count, 2 outs. Runner on third base. Looks to be, I believe, Amanda Parsons, or excuse me, is that Parsons?
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, Amanda Parsons on third base.
That pitch misses outside, 2-2.
She was the one that got walked to first intentionally.
The winning run has already scored. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. St. Cloud needs a run in the bottom half of this inning, or maybe more, depending on how this at-bat finishes. The 2-2 hit in the air and foul.
That one fouled back behind the Concordia side here in the bleachers.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2's wild. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit towards short. Throw to first, a little high, but it's in time nonetheless.
Good job there by Colehane to dig that one up in the air. And, Huskies look to answer back here in the bottom half of the 7th to stay alive here.
So 4-3 is the score. Concordia St. Paul with the go-ahead run in the top of the 7th off of the RBI single. But St. Cloud needs 1. If they get 2, we go home. But it'll be back out there for another inning of work, it'll be Brianna Olson. Goodness gracious. It's been a day for her, I'll tell you that much.
Indeed it has.
She's pitched a lot, and if she can get out of this game unscathed, I think her teammates might have to owe her dinner for about the next week or so.
Leading out on the seventh for your Huskies, shortstop, number 11, Raven Vanden Langenberg.
But it is the 1-2-3 punch of Langenberg, or Vanden Langenberg, McFarland, and Trees for St. Cloud State. So who else would you rather have up right now?
Yeah, you definitely can't ask for much better than this. Talked about it in the first game, where these are the bats that you want to come up in the clutch situations like this.
First pitch in there for a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 is low for 1-1 now. I keep reiterating it, but thank you for joining me and Josh on the call today. Had a lot of fun calling these games. We'll be back on it tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. That one swung her out of her shoes. It's a beauty of an off-speed.
Langenberg basically fell for the bait there on the off-speed inside pitch there, and it's a 1-2 count now.
Not sure you're going to see a more disgusting swing. The 1-2 way high, it's 2-2. And by disgusting, I mean it just looked wonky, if that makes any sense. Not like it was a bad swing, but it just looked wonky.
Yeah, I think she just kind of bit too quickly on that one, and yeah, it's 2-2 count now.
Here's the 2-2. Swung on, poke towards right center field for a base hit. That's a good start to the inning for St. Cloud State. Just gets past the outstretched arm of Sydney Peltzer into right field, and Vanden Langenberg has a hit, and that will bring up Haley McFarland, the third baseman.
Yeah, good job there by Vanden Langenberg to get on base and get things rolling here for the Huskies offense here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Bunt put down. It's a beautiful bunt. Is anybody covering first? They are. Throw to first in time. Runner gets to second. So it was a squeeze play, and that will bring up Sydney Trees.
That's about as well placed of a squeeze play as you want. And honestly, Haley McFarland doing the job there. And you mentioned it, Sydney Trees. This is as good. This is the best time to get it right now here for Sydney Trees, is to get a significant at bat out of this Huskies portion of the inning.
I wouldn't be surprised if anything hit in the outfield. They might send Vanden Langenberg from third. Or she's at second right now, but they might send her. Anything in the gap, we're tied. Anything over the fence, we go home. Swing and a miss. 0-1, off speed. Jasmine Estrada giving Trees a couple of words of wisdom, telling her to calm down there. It's not, you don't have to be the hero every time. You just got to be up there. You got to get a good at bat. That's the main thing here. Here's the 0-1. Low, 1-1.
Yeah, that one just missing on the inside corner there. Good eye by Trees to not bite the bait on that one.
Trees on the season, 11 home runs. She's hitting on the season, .316 with 30 RBIs. As she takes that one for a ball once again as well. It's 2-1.
Yeah, good take there again by Trees, able to keep things at bay for St. Cloud State. 2-1 the count.
Here's the 2-1 on its way from Olson. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Good cut there by Trees, able to kind of try and go out and get that one. And that's just the pitching we've seen from Brianna Olson all season long, at least at Concordia St. Paul has seen, and we've seen it through the first game and then obviously this game. So
here's the 2-2 on its way. Wind and delivery. Swung on and fouled back. Trees is the biggest power hitter on the St. Cloud State roster. Olson, probably the best pitcher on this field today, if we had to take a guess. The 2-2 on its way from Olson. Swung on and missed, strike 3. That's the second out of the inning.
Player number 18, Jasmine Estrada.
That's a sign of a clutch pitcher there, getting the big bats out when you need to, and good pitch there from Brianna Olson to make that happen. And yeah, down to the last out for the Huskies to try and tie this up with Vanden Langenberg on second base.
Pitch to Estrada is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Concordia St. Paul looking for the sweep of St. Cloud State. St. Cloud looking to avoid their second straight loss after the 12 straight wins. The 0-1 on its way from Olsen. Outside, 1-1.
Good take there from Estrada. Try and keep things rolling for St. Cloud State.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner at second is Raven Vanden Langenberg. Here's the 1-1. Estrada pokes that one up the middle. Throw to first in time. That ends the game. And Concordia St. Paul sweeps the St. Cloud State Huskies by a score of 4-3 in the second game and 2-1 in the first game. And guess who wins both games for Concordia St. Paul, Josh?
You guessed it, Brianna Olson with the win in both of these games, and definitely a big ice bag waiting for her after this one.
They'll go ahead and get some food in their systems and then get on the bus ride back to Minneapolis. I know you're probably going to head back to the metro area after this as well, aren't you?
Indeed, and we'll be right back at it tomorrow for another edition of Huskies softball. As today, honestly, the first game we saw a lot of defense, a lot of pitching from both these teams, and honestly, in the second game, it's been mostly an offensive game as 10 hits to St. Cloud's 7, and it was kind of a flip-flop game, at least outside of Brianna Olson kind of doing her thing from the circle today.
Yeah, and for St. Cloud, they go into tomorrow against a very formidable opponent in Minnesota State Mankato, who we will touch on